Inauguration of OFS DP2 supported livelihood exhibition has been done by Honorable Minister Sir along with other dignitaries. We also welcome all the media bodies present over here. Honorable Minister Sir, along with other dignitaries, would be gracing the stage very soon. In this momentous occasion, since we are in the holy temple city of Odisha, Bhubaneswar, ladies and gentlemen, as all of you are aware, as per our culture and belief, we worship Lord Jagannath, and we can say around him, the entire life, all the rituals, festivals, we observe as per Jagannath culture, Jagannath Sanskriti. So I request everyone to give a round of applause and let's say together, Jai Jagannath. Thank you so much. We welcome all the distinguished guests, respected senior officers, colleagues from the forest fraternity, partners from JICA, all the media bodies, and all associated stakeholders. Once again, I humbly request all of you to kindly take your respective seats. And in the inaugural session, before we started officially, I would be humbly requesting everyone to please put your cell phones in silent mode. There are several kiosks of multi-product clusters. We can have a look. But post the inaugural session, which will be followed by some brainstorming technical sessions, we have invited speakers from different parts of our country and beyond. International delegates are also here. And we wish all the luck to everyone who are a proud part of this workshop. And we wish that you would be utilizing your time in the most productive way, taking a lot of valuable takeaways, and you would be having a great networking session ahead. Dignitaries escorting our Honorable Minister, Sir, who happens to be the chief guest of 14th National Workshop of JICA State Forestry Projects in India. We are heading for a future-ready forestry. Please put your hands together with a thunderous round of applause. We welcome Shri Ganesh Ram Singh Khuntia, Sir, Honorable Minister, Department of Forest, Environment, Climate Change, Labour and ESI, Government of Odisha, as the chief guest. I request you, sir, to kindly be seated on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying him, please put your hands together. We welcome Dr. K. Murugesan, Indian Forest Service, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest, Head of Forest Force, Odisha. Please put your hands together. We welcome Shri K.B. Singh, sir, Indian Forest Service, Inspector General, Externally Aided Project, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. We welcome you, sir. We also have with us Senior Representative from JICA India, Shri Wakamatsu AG. Please put your hands together. We should welcome him. We have with us Mr. Vineet Sahai Sarin, Chief of Development Operations, JICA India. We welcome you, sir. We have with us Sri G. Rajesh, Indian Forest Service, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Project Director, OFSDS. We have with us Sri Swam Malik, IFS, Joint Project Director, OFSDP. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 14th National Workshop of JICA-assisted forest projects in India, a national confluence of thought leaders, policymakers, forestry professionals, and development partners. United by a shared commitment to building future-ready forests for a climate-resilient India. This gathering is very special, not just because it marks another milestone in a meaningful journey, but because it brings together people who do not merely discuss forest. We work with them, protect them, and help shape their future every single day. Can we give a round of applause for the amazing stakeholders? Today, forestry stands at the intersection of climate resilience, digital transformation, and sustainable wood economies. These are not abstract ideas for us. They reflect the realities we witness on the ground, changing climate patterns, evolving community needs, and the responsibility to balance conservation with livelihoods. Over the next 2 days, this workshop becomes a shared thinking space where JICA's global experience meets India's field wisdom, where policy aligns with implementation, and where innovation is guided by those who understand forest as living systems. Together, we are not just reviewing progress, we are co-creating a future-ready forestry roadmap for India and equally for our state. With shared purpose and shared pride, let us begin this national workshop. Since our dignitaries have given their gracious presence, time has arrived that we would be welcoming them, Atiti Deva Bhava, believing in this parampara and the belief. I would be first requesting Dr. K. Murugesan, sir, to kindly welcome our chief guest of today's inaugural session, Honorable Minister Shri Ganesh Ram Singh Khuntia, and I request all of you to do participate with a round of applause from your end. This is a Uttarya Angabastro, traditional representation of Odisha's rich handloom, which is well appreciated in global forum. I request Dr. K. Murugesan, sir, to kindly welcome Wakamatsu AG, Senior Representative, JICA India. We welcome you to the temple city and the land of Lord Jagannath. I request Sri G. Rajesh, sir, to kindly welcome Dr. K. Murugesan, sir, with a round of applause from all of you. Thank you for your valuable presence, sir. I request G. Rajesh, sir, to kindly welcome Sri K.B. Singh. I think we can bring more energy inside the room during the welcome gesture. The stalwarts who have given their very special time. I request G. Rajesh, sir, to kindly welcome Mr. Vineet S. Sarin. I request Sri Swam Malik, sir, to kindly welcome Sri G. Rajesh with a sapling and a Uttarya. And I request Ms. Rinku Kumari, IFS Joint Project Director, to kindly come and join us on the dais and to welcome Sri Swam Malik, sir, with a sapling and an Uttarya. Another belief of our traditional system, we can say, ladies and gentlemen, we would be starting this workshop, the inaugural session, by watering the plants. I request our dignitaries to kindly proceed for the same, which symbolizes prosperity, divinity, and an humble beginning. The galaxy of intellectual people, the esteemed dignitaries present on the dais, whose guidance continues to shape India's forestry landscape with global relevance and local impact. I request our dignitaries to kindly be seated. Odisha, a land where forest, culture, and communities have coexisted for centuries. May I request everyone, can I have your attention, please? Please put your cell phones in silent mode, and I request everyone to kindly rise as we would be praying a tribute to our state in the form of state anthem, a soulful tribute to the natural beauty, the valor, and the enduring spirit of our glorious state.
Bande Utkala Janani, Bande Utkala Janani, Bande Utkala Janani. चारु हासमय चारु भासमय जननी जननी जननी
पूत पयोधि विधौत शरीर
ताळत माळ सुशोभित तीर सुप्रकटिनि कुल शिखर समीर जननी 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 घन घन वन भूमि राजित अंगे
नील भूधर माला साजित रंगे
कळ कळ मुखरित चारु विहंगे जननी जननी जननी
सुंदर साळी सुशोभित क्षेत्र
ज्ञान विज्ञान प्रदर्शित नेत्र जोगी ऋषि गण उठ जप पवित्र जननी 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 सुंदर मंदिर मंडित देश
चारु कला बलि शोभित वेश
पूर्ण तीर्थ जय पूर्ण प्रदेश जननी जननी जननी
उत्कल सुरवर दर्पित गेह
हरिकुल शोणित चर्चित देह विश्व भूमंडल कृत वर स्नेह जननी 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 कविकुल मौळि सुनंदन वंद्य
भुवन विघोषित कीर्ति अनिंद्य
धन्ये पुण्ये चिर शरण्ये जननी 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 वंदे उत्कल जननी वंदे उत्कल जननी वंदे उत्कल जननी.
Thank you. I request everyone to kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we would be now officially starting the inaugural session. I would be humbly requesting Sri Rajesh Gopalan, sir, for the welcome address, but before that, I would be taking some time to take you through his profile. Sri Rajesh Gopalan, Indian Forest Service, is a seasoned forestry professional steering one of India's most significant externally aided forestry programs. Under his leadership, OFS DP2, it has gained national recognition for its community-driven, climate-resilient, and institutionally robust forestry model. With over 2 decades of elite service, Sri Rajesh is a master strategist in forest management and environmental governance. As the CEO of CAMPA and the project director of OFSDP, he stands at the vanguard of Odisha's green transformation, spearheading the critical regeneration of our forest resources and driving community-led development to new heights. Renowned for his transformative leadership as the former Director of Environment and CEO of Ombatsi, which has left an indelible mark on state's ecological landscape. Please join me in welcoming a visionary leader and a dedicated guardian of our natural heritage, Sri Rajesh Gopalan, for the welcome address.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest on the dais, all distinguished esteemed speakers, senior officers, all field functionaries who have come from project divisions, senior officials of JICA International Cooperation Agency, speakers, friends from print and electronic media, very good morning to all of you. In fact, it's extremely privileged and honored to welcome you all for the 14th National Workshop of JICA-assisted forestry projects in India. Before I offer my welcome address, I need to put this entire workshop context. As you all know, JICA has been spearheading all over the country with forestry projects. And it's been a long journey over more than 3 decades. And in Odisha's context, OFSDP has been a long-term initiative of Government of Odisha, Government of India with the support of JICA, and it was conceived to strengthen forest management, conserve biodiversity, and also improve livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, would like to say that OFSDP in Odisha was started in the year 2006. And it's been a long journey of 2 decades. We have gathered lots of experience, and so do several states. And the first phase of OSDP focused on restoration of degraded forest and also coastal afforestation, very particularly mangroves and casuarina. In addition, livelihood was a very core component where formation of product clusters was attempted for the very first time. OFSDP Phase 1 gave valuable experiences whereby JICA and Government of Odisha formulated Phase 2 from 2017 onwards. And this was planned in 14 divisions, 12 territorial and 2 wildlife divisions. And very importantly, the focus was on sustainable forest management through community participation, livelihood promotion, and through intersectoral convergence. In fact, Phase 2 had several fantastic outcomes. I would just like to briefly say a few things for knowledge of Honorable Minister. Sir, Phase 2, which was executed in 12 forest division, and particularly on biodiversity conservation, sir, there was a Satayoma initiative which was done in Bamda Wildlife Division, where 10 eco-development committees were involved in protecting the biodiversity and also improving the community livelihoods. Satayoma initiative was one of the classical outcomes, sir, which OFSDP 2 project has been taken up. Similarly, Bitarkanika Conservation Area, with the support of National Center for Sustainable Coastal Zone Management, Chennai, which is a center of excellence of MOEFCC, was used for preparing health report card. In fact, Chilika was the first tropical lake, as all of you must be knowing, which had prepared tropical health report card. And in fact, OFSDP was successful in doing the same for Bitarkanika. Sir, as regards to livelihood promotion, OFSDP 2 project helped around 26.53 beneficiaries over the years and with the help of all line departments and convergent activities. So it's heartening to note 4,600 odd self-help groups were involved in the different livelihood activities, and micro-planning exercises were very detailed in the OFSDP implementation to identify poorest of the poor and common interest group. Sir, as you rightly pointed out, after your joining as Forest and Environment Minister for Climate Change Department, there were 3 priorities Honorable Minister was focusing on. One was on livelihood, second one was agroforestry, and third important thing was how in the best manner we would be able to do monitoring and evaluation. So in that line, Government of Odisha, Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department unveil agroforestry policy in 2025. In fact, a good policy has been done. Now we are in the stage of implementing guidelines and also executing the agroforestry policy. Sir, it is in this context we are here having senior officers nearly from 13 project states which are implementing JICA projects across the country. We are very happy, very senior IFS officers, chief project directors have come all over the country along with industrial partners to assemble here for the national workshop to deliberate on certain important themes. JICA has identified very importantly 3 important themes for this workshop. So we are holding this workshop for 2 days and there are 3 focus themes. One is for climate change adaptation, digital transformation and also wood transformation for sustainable economies. So these 2 days would be having a galaxy of speakers. We have had 20 speakers from various state forest departments and also from research institutions who would be deliberating and also discussing to take the way forward for this workshop and also driving actions which could be taken by several states in different parts of the country. So in this background, let me welcome our Honorable Chief Guest of the day, Honorable Minister Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Shri Ganesh Ram Singh Kuntia sir. Sir, thank you for your presence and we welcome wholeheartedly on behalf of Government of Odisha and also from JICA. Let me also welcome Wakamatsu-san, Senior Representative JICA India Office for his presence. In fact, we had a review for the preparatory activity of this workshop. In fact, he was very kind enough to give his suggestions and also making a plan for how we could have speakers from all over the country. We welcome you, Wakamatsu-san. And I would also welcome Shri K.B. Singh, Inspector General of Forest, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, on behalf of Government of Odisha. Welcome, sir. I also welcome Vineet Sarin, Chief Development Operations, JICA India Office, for this program. And I do welcome Dr. K. Murugeshan, Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force. And I would also like to inform that Dr. Murugeshan sir was holding OFSDP till last week. In fact, I had joined in this position last week. Sir, welcome, sir. I would also welcome all the senior forest officers. We have excellent galaxy of Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force from Telangana. And we have also senior officers from Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Gujarat, West Bengal, Tripura, and other several states. In fact, I welcome all the senior officers who have come from various states which are executing JICA projects in their state. I also welcome all senior scientists, expert members who have come from several institutions. To name a few, we have representations from TERI, IFGDP Coimbatore, Indian Institute of Forest Management Bhopal, Indian Institute of Science Bangalore, IIT Kharagpur, and also KFRI Kerala. And we also have industrial representations from JK and also from friends have come from all the way from JICA Tokyo. In fact, very senior representatives from JICA Tokyo. I welcome all of you for this wonderful workshop. I do welcome Regional Chief Conservator of Forest, Divisional Forest Officers, and friends from print and electronic media who have come for giving a wide coverage and taking this program to several stakeholders. And sir, Honorable Minister, sir, we are happy to have several project directors who have initiated OFSDP project in Odisha. In fact, we have the first project director architect, Mr. A.K. Bansal. And also, we are also having Ajit Patnaik, sir, S.K. Patnaik, sir, Sudarshan Panda, sir, and A.K. Mahapatra, sir. And several others have also come. And Madam Meeta Biswal. Sorry, ma'am. And sir, this workshop, in fact, is assembling all of them. In fact, we have gone through 2 decades of functioning in OFSDP, and so do have several states have done. And they have enough experiences that would be shared today along with the expert speaker. And so we are very confident your 3 priorities would be addressed and it would be deliberated, and we will come with an action plan, how we will roll out agroforestry policy into action after the end of this workshop. Thank you very much, and I welcome all of you, and I hope all the guests who have come from several parts of the country have an enjoyable stay in Bhubaneswar. Please let us know if there is any concern. We would be there to take care of you for the next 3 or 4 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the warm welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, A picture speaks 1,000 words, and a vision even more, isn't it? May we now have a short film highlighting the impact, innovations, and inclusive approach of Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 2, a landmark initiative where the science of forest management meets the heart of livelihood transformation in our state of Odisha. Please join us in viewing the impact, the innovation, and the spirit of OFS DP2. Over to Console.
Beyond the last mile lie villages often unseen, where forests meet livelihoods and where aspirations travel farther than roads. These are communities living at the edge of opportunity, rich in resilience but limited in resources. The Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 2, Banayana, is an initiative of Forest, Environment and Climate Change Department of Government of Odisha in collaboration with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. It was conceived to reach these very spaces of last mile. Its purpose is twofold: to strengthen forest ecosystems and to secure sustainable livelihoods for forest fringe communities. At the heart of the project is participation. Community institutions, Bano Surakhya Samitis, self-help groups, common interest groups and the poorest of the poor are empowered through continuous capacity building and skill development. Sustainable forest management takes shape through restoration, assisted natural regeneration, soil and moisture conservation, and effective forest fire management, ensuring forests remain productive, resilient, and alive. Forestry moves beyond forest boundaries through farm forestry. Communities transition from being mere users of forest resources to responsible managers, shaping a shared future with nature.
मोरो जो जगह पड़ता मु फार्म फॉरेस्ट्री करी जे केवल गछ मागणार देइथिले ताहा नुह गछ सहित खोलिया मजूरी देइथिले सार पकैबा पई देइथिले तो निश्चित भाव में मु धन्यवाद देवी आमर प्रकल्प को जे आमको गोटे वनीकरण करने गोटे उत्साहित करथिले.
Through participatory rural appraisal, communities identify their priorities: forest protection, livelihoods, and development needs, documented in village microplans. These plans become the bridge to convergence with multiple government departments. By integrating VSS microplans with Grama Sabha processes, forest fringe communities become part of formal local governance, strengthening conservation through collective ownership. Gender inclusion and community-led monitoring form the backbone of OFSDP Phase 2's cross-cutting commitments. Alongside this, innovative climate actions are being integrated on the ground through community-based monitoring, reporting and verification (CMRV). Under this approach, forest-dependent communities actively track drivers of degradation, forest health and regeneration, linking local stewardship with global climate goals under REDD+. By combining participatory monitoring with GIS, remote sensing and carbon stock assessment, OFSDP Phase 2 is laying the foundation for carbon credit mapping and voluntary carbon mechanisms, ensuring transparency, accountability, and future climate finance opportunities for communities. Income generation activities diversify livelihoods, build resilience, and help families withstand economic uncertainties. Revolving funds, skill training, and enterprise support open new pathways to stability.
लोन आनीचु लोन आनिकरी आमे किछि जानि नथिलु तापर आज्ञा माने आसिले आमति शिक्षा देले
आमर आमकोनी एसएजी रे आमे आगरु किछि करू नै थे धमा रेंज रो जे हमर विशेष तरफ आमको मुढ़ी मिलटी देवा लगी आम पहला कहीलु
बनन उन्नयन काजू गछ आमको देइथिले 5 वर्ष तले
आमको बिना मूल्य रे मेसीन दीटा मिली एक धान मेसीन और 2 अटा मेसीन
Bana Surakhya Samiti cum Income Generation Activity Facilitation Centers become hubs of decision making, planning, and enterprise, spaces where ideas turn into action. Established under OFSDP Phase 2, the Livelihood Resource Center, LRC, functions as a central knowledge hub dedicated to providing comprehensive hand-holding support, training, and technical assistance. It empowers field functionaries and members of VSSs, EDCs, and SHGs by facilitating information sharing and strategic planning for the effective implementation of livelihood activities. The LRC further strengthens the economic resilience of forest fringe communities by providing specialized support in business planning, value chain development, and organized training. By streamlining these commercial processes, the LRC ensures that forest-dependent populations can generate sustainable, additional income through structured market interventions. Multi-product clusters, from sal leaf to pulses, cashew, and essential oils, connect community producers to remunerative markets across the state and the country.
वर्तमान मु बहुत भलरे अछि आमर वनांचल सार मान को अशेष धन्यवाद दूँ
ये सब सुविधा ओडिशा वनांचल प्रकल्प 2 ओ जाइका देइथिबारु तांकु अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद.
Across 10 districts, interventions now span 50 forest ranges under 14 forest and wildlife divisions. Over 1,200 Bana Surakhya Samitis and more than 3 lakh community members are part of this journey. Over 1,25,000 hectares are managed sustainably. Livelihoods are strengthened and more than 740 crore rupees have been mobilized through convergence, benefiting millions. This is not the end of the road. It is a journey still unfolding. Beyond the last mile, forests and communities are growing together towards dignity, sustainability, and shared prosperity.
Thank you so much. The vision, the team members' efforts, the ground realities, and the relentless hard work given at each and every level will definitely add towards our march of Samriddh Odisha 2036 under the visionary guidance of our Honorable Minister, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to introduce Mr. Wakamatsu Eiji, Senior Representative of the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA India Office, a key leader in strengthening the India-Japan Development Partnership. He provides strategic direction to JICA's initiatives in India with a strong focus on sustainability and environmental resilience. Under his leadership, international cooperation is translated into tangible impact for communities and ecosystems. His role in JICA in international cooperation is well acclaimed. Odisha ye yokoso. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome none other than Mr. Wakamatsu Eiji for his address.
His Excellency Sri Ganesh Ram Singh Kuntia, Honorable Minister, Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Odisha. Dr. K. Murugesan, IFS, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Odisha Forest Department. Sri K.B. Singh, Inspector General of Forests, MOFCC, Government of India. Sri Vinit Sarin, Chief of Development Operations, JICA India. Sri G. Rajesh, APCCF and Chief Project Director, OFSDP, and officials from the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs. All respected heads of forest departments and senior officers from various states of India, esteemed speakers, dignitaries, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, namaskar, and in Japanese, ohayo gozaimasu. It is a great honor for me to address such an esteemed gathering of participants of the 14th annual workshop of JICA-assisted forestry and natural resource management projects in this historic and beautiful city of Bhubaneswar, the land of temples and divinity. Odisha and Japan share a long cultural and spiritual history, going back to when Buddhism was first introduced to Japan more than 1,000 years ago. And Odisha and Japan share many similarities, as exemplified by the word Satoyama, which means hills is our home. Japanese people, like the Odisha people, have coexisted with forest and seas from ancient times. JICA and Odisha's partnership began 45 years ago, in 1981, when ODA loan was first extended to finance the expansion of Hirakud hydropower plant, an important energy source for the state. And ever since, we have partnered in many successful projects in various sectors, including energy, roads, sanitation, irrigation, forestry, and sports. I would like to sincerely thank the Honorable Minister of Forest, Environment, and Climate Change and the Odisha Forest Department, the executing agency of the Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 2, for organizing this very important event and for your fantastic hospitality. Thank you so much. In my address today in front of this esteemed gathering, I would like to share with you JICA's new directions in India's forestry and NRM sector. First, I would like to begin by a brief introduction of JICA, followed by what we have achieved with our esteemed partners so far, especially with the state of Odisha, and conclude with two notable directions: digital transformation and wood transformation. Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, is the sole Japanese governmental agency in charge of administering official development assistance, ODA, globally. We're the world's largest bilateral donor agency, and we have 96 offices worldwide. Japan's first ODA loan in the world was actually extended to India almost 7 decades ago, in 1958. Since then, our support and contribution to the development of India has been consistently growing. For almost every year since 2006, for about 2 decades, India has consistently been the largest recipient of Japanese ODA loan in terms of annual commitment. This is a testament of the diplomatic importance between the two countries, as well as the strong track record of transformative and successful projects in India. Our assistance policy in India is to partner with the government of India to achieve Viksit Bharat, a vision to transform the country into a fully developed nation by 2047. To do this, we are jointly building the foundation for sustainable and inclusive growth and continuously challenging ourselves to keep evolving, to think out of the box, and to be innovative. Before I speak about JICA's 5th generation new strategy, I would like for us to celebrate the Odisha government's successful journey of its forestry and NRM sector. The state of Odisha and JICA's collaboration in the forestry sector began 20 years ago with the signing of the Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 1. The project completed successfully in 2016, and 2 years after completion, JICA's ex-post evaluation was carried out by an independent evaluator. The evaluators found that the project achieved and surpassed most of the outcome indicators and made transformative impact on the lives of communities and Odisha's forestry sector. All of the SHGs that were interviewed, self-help groups, were continuing their activities without any external support and even thriving. Women that had been interviewed had been economically as well as socially and emotionally empowered. As a result, the project received the highest rating possible of highly satisfactory. The project, in my view, is one of the most successful projects in JICA's forestry portfolio. The project was a landmark success and made a significant legacy for India's forestry sector. The project introduced innovative components that has now become a foundation of all JICA-assisted projects in forestry today, such as joint forest management, PMUs operating on society mode, and a three-phase project implementation approach. And more importantly, the project succeeded in proving that by empowering communities through financial and technical support, achieving both poverty alleviation and ecosystem restoration was not only possible, but a highly effective and sustainable approach that could be replicated throughout India. The external evaluators also noted that the project also had a national impact. A part of the approach, JCM, had been incorporated in the National Mission for a Green India. And what is more, based on the success of the project, the government of Odisha decided to replicate and expand the JICA project model throughout the state using its own resources by formulating Amo Jungle Yojana, My Jungle Plan. This is one of the finest examples of JICA project being expanded by the state government, which only the state of Odisha has achieved under all of JICA's portfolio of 37 projects. The success story of Odisha's forestry project on a national and a statewide level is an inspiration to all of us. Building on this success, JICA and Odisha Forest Department started a new phase of the project in 2017. We're expanding the coverage and adding new components such as establishing Livelihood Resource Center and linking the SHG clusters with financial institutions to make the livelihood program sustainable even beyond the project period. Most of the works have been successfully completed so far, and it is on the way to achieving many of the indicators of the project. Based on the success of this Phase 2 project, we would now like to begin consultations with the government of Odisha for the third phase of the project. JICA's partnership with India's forestry sector has a long history of over 3 decades, with 35 projects across 24 states in India. In India, JICA is the largest agency with a cumulative commitment of around 17,000 crores INR in the forestry sector. This long partnership has created concrete outcomes for the people of India. Some shining examples of our joint achievements include 2.4 million hectares of reforestation, more than 20,000 joint forest management committees established, more than 35,000 self-help groups supported, and benefiting more than 700,000 people. And we have done this together. JICA's project has evolved through 4 generations, moving from afforestation and sustainable livelihood through joint forest management to biodiversity conservation, promotion of technology-based management, institutional capacity building and convergence, ecotourism, and disaster mitigation. The 4th generation projects have been particularly focused on tackling climate change issues, both adaptation and mitigation, in a more comprehensive manner. As JICA now moves towards formulation of the 5th generation projects, there is a need to foster sustainable and vibrant Japan-India forestry collaboration by diversifying our partnership with various stakeholders that can bring transformative change in the sector, including collaborative academic research and private sector engagement. Under the new strategy for the formulation of 5th generation projects, JICA shall be laying special emphasis on wood transformation, including promotion of agroforestry, digital transformation, India-Japan joint research, carbon stock assessment and training, and seed certification systems. To set the perspective for the deliberation during the day, let me share with you my views about wood transformation and digital transformation. As for wood transformation, JICA has been supporting agroforestry and trees outside of forests over the years with objective to contribute towards reducing the demand and supply gap for timber in India, and to help augment farmers' income for sustainable livelihoods. But we think we need to have something of greater value than conventional products in India in order to have a bigger impact. In this regard, Japan has developed world-class, cutting-edge technology and technical know-how in wood processing and wooden-based construction. For example, the high-quality wood-based construction of houses in Japan is resistant to harsh weather and termites, as well as earthquakes and fire. This is a unique example of the advanced Japanese technology. Just last month, very recently, 14 senior officials from MOFCCC, DEA, and the State Forestry Departments visited Japan as part of our country-focused training program and met with central and local governments of Japan, research institutions, and wood processing and wood-based construction companies to discuss how to partner with the Japanese stakeholders to start a wood transformation in India. Under the future ODA loan projects, we aim to work towards facilitating conducive and mutually beneficial collaboration between Japanese and Indian wood processing industry. In this regard, JICA has now partnered with Nomura Research India, NRI, to conduct a study to understand the prevailing wood processing industry scenario in India and to explore possibilities of future collaborations between the wood processing industries of Japan and India. I look forward to hearing from NRI what they have learned so far about the long-term potential of the market. Now, let me turn to digital transformation. Digital transformation has now become one of the cornerstones of JICA's support to India. While JICA has been supporting introduction of DX through the implementation of MIS and GIS since the early 2000s, the big thrust has been provided by JICA over the past 2 years to apply cutting-edge technology for introducing more robust forest management tools like DigiVan, India's first digital forest tech, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan in March last year. DigiVan is a digital public infrastructure that connects programs such as State Campa and FDA while linking field data, communities, and decision makers through a common platform. It not only strengthens governance and transparency, but also lays the groundwork for AI-ready system that shall shape smarter, data-led forestry in the years ahead. Going forward, JICA would like to replicate the digital forest stack in other states where JICA-supported forestry projects are under implementation. And JICA also wishes to work very closely with the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to develop the same at the national level. Further, JICA will push to strengthen the digital foundations that will enable carbon market participation, better targeting of investments, and measurable ecosystem outcomes. I believe with the right technology, partnership, and collective will, India can lead the world in demonstrating how digital public goods can serve both people and the planet. Let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration between JICA, the Government of India, and state governments to transform insights into action, pilots into policies, and innovations into impact. I look forward to the discussions coming in the presentations and discussions coming in the 2 days, and for us to come up with an actionable plan to move ahead together for the future of India. Thank you very much. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wakamatsu AG. We are indebted for JICA's extended support, which transforms traditional forest protection into a resilient socio-economic model, positioning forest not just as an ecological asset, but as engines of sustainable livelihoods, empowering Odisha's forest-dependent communities like never before. Indeed, they deserve a round of applause, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Moving ahead, time has arrived that we would be inviting another dignitary for his address. We are privileged to welcome Dr. K.B. Singh, distinguished 1995 batch IFS officer of the AGMAT cadre and an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur, currently serving as Inspector General of Forest, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and Joint CEO, National Campa. He plays pivotal role in shaping India's forestry governance, from field leadership in Mizoram to strategic roles in national administration. He brings deep expertise in forest protection, fire management, and implementation of the forest conservation framework. A seasoned administrator and key contributor to national forest policy, his leadership continues to strengthen India's conservation mission. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. K.B. Singh, IFS, Inspector General EAP, MOEF, CC Government of India, for his address.
Honorable Minister, Department of Forest, Environment and Climate Change, Government of Odisha, Sri Ganesh Ram Singh Khutia ji, my colleague, PCCF and Head of Forest Force, Odisha, Sri Wakamatsu Easy from JICA and his entire team, Sri Vineet Sarinji, Chief Development of Operations, JICA, distinguished guests, senior officers from the various states, delegates from the academic and research institutions, officers from the various parts of Odisha, and other dignitaries and members from the electronic and print media. Good morning, Suprabhat. So it gives me pleasure to address all of you in the 14th workshop of JICA assisted forestry projects. The theme selected, as easy as already discussed, it's very relevant, future ready forestry, and the stress is on the three themes, that is climate resilience, digital transformation, and sustainable wood economies. I think 3 months back, we had a meeting in the Delhi of the project directors where many of these topics were discussed, and all the delegates have shared the roles that they are playing in the field. So all these reflects the evolving role of the forestry sector, addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our times, including the climate change, biodiversity loss, livelihood. I will stress here livelihood. Earlier the projects used to be elevation of the poverty. Now we have come to the livelihood, security and sustainable economies. So to start here, India's forestry sector, it has delivered. And the last report, India State of Forest report, the country's forest and tree cover, that is green cover, it has crossed 1/4 of the geographical area. So that is the constant effort of our field functionaries who have taken the pain to protect the forest, take the afforestation, and implement the various projects and programs. With regard to global position, our forestry sector the achievements are outstanding. From 10th positions, we have moved to 9th positions in terms of the forest area. So that is the recent report published by FAO. Similarly, with regard to gain of the forest area, that is we are third. And this here also we maintain. Many of the countries, they can't maintain the pace in gaining. It is the last for some of the countries in the forest area. The other factors that is very relevant for the climate change. So now we rank fifth among the world's top carbon sinks. And our estimated removal of CO2 is 150 million tons between 2021 to 25. So this is all from the FAO published report. Now coming to the JICA, the partnership, as is told, it started in 1981. In forestry sector, we have started in first decade of this century. At present, there are 11 ongoing projects. We are having 18 total internationally funded projects, but most of the funding is coming from the JICA, that is 11 projects. And the funding outlay is for these projects is about 10,000 crores. And their time frame is extending up to 2034. And as Izzy has told that further discussions are going on, suppose this Odisha for third phase. So that may be coming up in few years. 10 projects have already been completed in various states. These projects are not standalone intervention. It is not only the afforestation activities. They have been strategically designed to promote the sustainable management of natural resources, enhance climate resilience, address livelihood issues of the particularly forest-dependent communities. They also involve the technical cooperation in disaster management within the forest areas, catchment area treatment, and other critical interventions at fostering environmental sustainability and inclusive growth. I have already told that it is important that themes have been changing, evolving as the technology and the milieu of the country is changing. So earlier the projects were primarily focused on the afforestation, ecosystem restoration, biodiversity conservation, poverty alleviation, sustainable forest management, community forest management. Now I have already told that it is livelihood and entire approach. Over the years, our understanding of the ecological and socio-economic linkages deepened. The project's focus expanded today to address sustainable natural resource management, not forest management, climate resilience, ecosystem services evaluation. That is one area still we have to do a lot of work. Livelihood diversification, technical cooperation. Friends, the one thing that is always talked about, this digital transformation. So that is changing. Every 1 or 2 years we are getting new and new one. So this artificial intelligence, machine learning, drone technology. And the third one that is very important, that is free availability of the data on the international platform through various satellites. So all these have changed the understanding of the forest resources, and this is not limited to the institutions. Any individual can analyze the data because the computing power and all those platforms are available. So here we have to work a lot because the issue here comes standardization, whether this data is standardized, correct or not. So those are the issues are coming, and that we are addressing at the ministry level also. The digital transformation presents enormous opportunities, but it also has greater responsibilities on us. The challenges before us are to integrate these technology meaningfully into the project planning, implementation of monitoring and decision making, while ensuring capacity and building at the field level. Regarding the projects, we have been receiving the reports from the states, and we have reviewed it regularly, and many of the components, the states have done very good job, commendable job. Certain area requires still closer monitoring, particularly the fund flow, timely completion of the few components that have to be envisaged. So the states which have recently taken up the projects may ensure all these components. Now, as easy as tell that already 2 decades are over, and we should have at least one platform where all these learnings, whatever from one state, that is to be shared, and whatever the deliberations are being taken up in these workshops, that is also to be shared for the benefit of the future planning. So that is one we have to come up. And whatever the innovation practices, challenges, that may also be placed on this platform. For the ongoing project, I would also encourage the states to actively use the workshop, this workshop, and subsequent digital forums to share the innovations, local relevant solutions, implementation of challenges, and we have to adapt it. Whatever the applicable in Japan may not be applicable here also. Sometimes the climatic conditions, the expectations of people may be different. So we have to adapt that one. I am sure that this workshop will play a vital role, and all the delegates who have gathered here, not only from the field, they are from the research institutions, outside the forest institutions also. So they will share the various innovative technologies, knowledge for the benefit of forestry. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable insights and guidance. We would be looking forward for the same in further sessions and our future endeavors. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a privilege to introduce Dr. K. Murugesan, the architect of Odisha's green future. a 1994 batch IFS officer, and a PhD in entomology, he seamlessly blends scientific rigor with a lifelong commitment to the wild. With over 3 decades of distinguished services, including transformative leadership at the State Pollution Control Board, he has set benchmarks in balancing industrial growth with ecological integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, as Principal Chief Conservator of Forest and Head of Forest Force, he now leads from the front in forest management and community empowerment. Please join me in welcoming Odisha's Green Guard, Dr. K. Murugesan sir, for his address.
Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Odisha, Sri Ganesh Ram Kuntiya sir, Mr. Wakmat Hussain, Senior Representative from JICA India, my colleague Mr. KB Singh, Mr. IG from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and the representatives from Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Mr. Vinit Sarin, Chief of Development Operations, JICA, and other senior officials from JICA, Mr. Rajesh, Project Director, OFSTP, Mr. Swayam Malik, Joint Project Director, OFSTP, and respected ex-project directors of this particular project, starting from Bansal sir to Meeta madam, including me also. And all the retired senior officers, I'm happy that the senior most person is Sri Saroj Kumar Patnaik sir. He is also here because when I joined, sir was the first person. He proudly says that he is the person. I was given a post of OSD, the first posting. Sir was the first person as a PCC of wildlife. He issued a posting order and posted me in Sonabada Wildlife Division, sir. So otherwise, I must have languished for some more time as OSD also. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Patak, sir, and all the ex-project directors. And distinguished guests, as Rajesh has said that Madam PCC from Telangana, and all the project directors and their team, and the speakers who have come from all the national institutes, from the various projects, and representatives from the industries, and representatives from the print and electronic media. Ladies and gentlemen, and जो बाई माउनी माने आसुचंदी जो VSS तरफ आज जो हमरो स्टॉल आसुचंदी समस्त को मोर नमस्कार. Good morning to all of you. We are proud to have this 14th conference, national level workshop, JICA assisted forestry projects in Bhubaneswar. This was first initiated by Bansal sir in 2009, and after 14 years, sir, we are coming again back to, so this year we are proud to host. So that's a good initiative. I must thank JICA also for choosing Bhubaneswar as the venue. We all welcome you from on behalf of the Forest Department to this state called Odisha, the land of Lord Jagannath. So it's known for its culture, tradition, and architecture. Apart from it, because of God's grace, it is also endowed with, you name any resources, whether it's a water resource, forest, land resources, of course, good people. And you are in a city that is called the Temple City of India, known for its architectural beauty. This project, the Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project, which was initiated in 2009, sorry, it is not 2009, it was 2006. So it was started in 2006. keeping in view the dependency of people for the forest. I must proudly say, because of all the senior officers, the retired officers, their effort, today we have 1/3 of the forest land, geographical area with a forest, which is 33%, which the National Forest Policy also recommends, while the Government of India, the national average is only 21%. And apart from 33%, we have got almost 4% area and the tree outside forest. So almost we have got 37%. So, but this 33% of the forest meets 1/5 of the population, that is almost 22.8% of the state population. The people who are staying, whether inside the forest or the fringe forest, for their livelihood. We may have to see that's only for the livelihood. So that is their way of life. So keeping in all this view, the first time it was started in 2006 to 14-15. And again from 2017-18, the project is still on and it is going to end by March 2027. Of course, most of the activities have been completed, and except some agroforestry sector which is going on. And this OFSTP2 was taken, main focus was on the livelihood promotion. And not only livelihood promotions, convergence. Convergence was very success in this particular project. I would say that out of 1,000 crores, both JICA, approximately something 830 or something, and the balance money from the government of Odisha. And we have spent almost 700 crores from both JICA as well as from the state of Odisha. And our convergence is alone 650 crores. That I must, that's a great achievement that has been appreciated by everyone. Our Honorable Minister says that whenever we have the discussion, he said that we people are always saying that protection, man-animal conflict or something, but you are not bothered about the livelihood of the people who are depending. They are not cutting the forest or doing something to become very rich. That is the way they are life. Unless this livelihood component is not taken care, and no forest is going to sustain for a long time. So with that purpose only, sir, this particular project has been planned from 2006-07, and still it's going on. And Odisha also, you must all know, is very rich in minor forest produce. I would not say that it's a minor project, it is a non-timber forest producers. And Kendleaf, of course, we are doing in a commercial way. Of course, the money, whatever gets, goes back to the people. And apart from mahua, tamarind, honey, and bamboo also, they provide seasonal incomes apart from their regular agriculture practices. But this particular project aims for sustainable harvesting as well as value addition, and that is two components. And as the project director has said, we focus on cluster approach. Unless you do only one particular product, it is not going to be economically viable. So we have selected almost 5-6 clusters have been already formed, having 2-3 products. So we are in the process of making more clusters also, so that the particular anything you do it will be successful. Another important thing is that this particular project targets the poorest of the poor, the most vulnerable households, which are they don't have no other option, and for them capacity building through training and taking to the exposure visits, or having a mechanism of revolving fund. That is one of the important component which I noticed also as the project director, where 2 lakhs rupees is given to directly to the VSS. You decide how much, how do you want to spend the money, then we guide them. And I think almost 1,200, how much, Swayam, this is 1,200 crore has been, lakhs not, so it has been given. And out of that, we could, when it successfully, we could get back also. When they themselves took the money and repaid the loan. In a country where people don't repay the loan, But here is the poorest of the poor. They take the loan from these 2 lakhs rupees and they repaid also. That is also one of the successful, I would say. And in addition to regular this livelihood, and we the second phase with Meeta Madam's intervention, carbon credit has been taken into importance, and where we took plantations, agroforestry plantations outside the forest. That is about 8,650 hectares has been taken up for plantation. As a part of climate mitigation, apart from to reduce the pressure from the forest, and they also get, already we had some evaluation by the agency, and the people who have raised under this carbon credit also going to get the fund also. At this junction, I would like to bring to the Honorable Minister's attention and all our esteemed delegates, and JICA Odisha, this particular OFST project is one of the ranked as one of the well-managed projects by the JICA. So credit goes to all the ex-project directors. Let us give a big hand. And as Mr. Rajesh and other speakers have said, and we are having 3 themes. One is about climate resilience, and second one is digital transformation. The third is about sustainable wood economies. Digital transformation need not say, but Odisha is adopting. Odisha Forest Department for last more than 5-6 years, we are adopting this technology in monitoring and evaluating our plantation. And of late, it has been decided that each plant which has been planted is going to be GPS tagged, so that we will be able to monitor. So most of the field officers are well versed with this monitoring through digital technology. And even the OFSTP2 also, we had a very good GIS lab where we are monitoring the plantation. It also helps us to take decision making. And regarding climate change, Odisha, all of you must be knowing that we are the first in the country to make the state action plan for climate change. And it is the only state in the country to get two green climate fund also. It is the first to get it, and second also. That is, we have got a lot of history, and it is a state where the climate budget is also being passed in the assembly with nowhere. And of course, some states like Kerala also, they have started following this climate budget. So we got a lot of, because we are highly vulnerable, and I was just discussing with Mr. Vineet also. We don't have much about problem with your earthquake or something, but we are the number one. You must have heard, at least in every alternate year, we used to have super cyclone or cyclone. Because among all the coastal states in the country, and Odisha has the highest vulnerability to the coastal, this one, and even our coastal length, because of all this climate vagaries. Earlier, it was coastal length was only 480 kilometers, and this was because of this erosion and accretion. Now it has come to 570 kilometers. So we would like to learn, and there are eminent speakers who are going to speak on the climate change or climate resilience forestry project. And regarding this sustainable wood economies, that is also one of the proposal which has been proposed by the JICA and supported by the Government of India also. We would like to learn a lot, because we don't have much thrust on these wood-based industries. And yesterday also, when I met the Honorable Chief Minister as a courtesy call, and he was also said that we must do something. We would like to learn from both from IWST as well as IFGTP, and there are some private companies, they have also come. So we would like to learn. So with these words, before ending, I would like to place on record as head of the Forest Force of the Forest Department our sincere appreciation for the invaluable support extended by the JICA and Government of Japan, Government of India, as well as the state government. And as I said, this project is going to end by March 27. And we hope, already yes, also gave a green signal that we will have another one more project also. We have already started the project DPR for this next project proposal. And we are also in the process of completing we have taken up the help of Indian Institute of Forest Management for preparing our project completion report also. With the help of our PMC members, we are actively pursuing. And this particular, as he said, that this is the fifth phase, we don't want to concentrate only on the lively aspect, and we want to see the entire forestry sector as a whole. That's what we are planning to propose when we go for the third phase. That is the one thing. And before ending, I must appreciate Mr. Rajesh and the entire team. Let us give a big class, because last, I handed over the charges about a week before only, but last 1 week, and they are tirelessly and day and night, they are ensuring that this workshop is going to be a successful one. I'm sure that it will be a successful one. And I also once again welcome all the delegates who have come to this workshop, and our team will ensure that your stay as well as enjoyable and memorable, and this particular workshop learning experience. Thank you all. Vande Utkal Janani, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I must mention, and we know that Odisha is advancing towards Viksit Odisha, Samriddh Odisha 2036 model, where economic growth moves hand in hand with ecological responsibilities. In this regard, the galaxy of intellectual people sitting on the dais, and some are sitting off the dais, I must mention that they are actively involved and they are driving development with nature at its core and shaping a greener, stronger, and future-ready Odisha. A big round of applause equally for our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister, sir. Now, we have a very special gesture which will be rendered by Dr. Sanjay Sood, IFS, PCCF HOF, and Chief Project Director, Himachal Pradesh Forest Department. There are certain traditional representations in the form of Pahadi topis and mufflers. They have several names for the same, kuku or kinnaur or something like that. So they will be presenting to all the dignitaries on the dais as a token of respect and gratitude. You may join in this gesture with a round of applause and a smile in your faces, which will definitely add. And I must mention that these Pahadi topis and the mufflers, they are prepared under JICA assisted projects at Himachal. Absolutely a praiseworthy gesture by Himachal Pradesh Forest Department. Thank you to the entire team led by Dr. Sanjay Sood. Now I can see smile in all of your faces. If you want to capture, you can capture this also. I believe we can give some more energy and, of course, a thunderous round of applause. Lovely token of respect, gratitude and love from all the way from Himachal at this workshop, 14th edition, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, please.
I'd also take this opportunity to invite you all to our beautiful state of Himachal Pradesh, which is known for its serenity and beauty of its forests and the landscape. So I just want to mention, sir, that we are a small state. Our geographical area is just 1.6% of the national geographical area, but we support 7.5% of the nation's biodiversity. So it's the biodiversity hotspot. And out of these 3,300 odd species, forestry species that are found in this state, see, half of them are endemic. So it's a biodiversity hotspot. And when you come to Himachal, you'll see the snow leopard, the very, very beautiful bird, the western tragopan. And of course, there is a series of Devi temples all across the state. So it will be my pleasure to host all of you at your convenience. And I'll be very happy to take you around, please. Thank you so much, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important part of this entire inaugural session, it's a distinct honor to introduce Honorable Minister of State for Forest, Environment, Climate Change and Labour, ESI. Representing Mayurbhanj district, he carries the rare distinction of being the first forest minister nurtured in the Simlipal landscape, shaping his deep-rooted commitment to forest management, wildlife conservation, forest rights and sustainable livelihoods. A reform-oriented and action-driven leader, he is spearheading decisive measures to reduce human-wildlife conflict, strengthen forest fire response system, and curb illegal encroachment across Odisha. His vision reflects a strong balance between ecological protection and people-centric development. Please join me with a thunderous round of applause and a warm heart. Let's welcome a true son of the soil and a determined guardian of Odisha's green legacy, Honorable Minister Sri Ganesh Ram Singh Khuntia, sir.
Jai Jagannath. Very good morning and namaskar to all of you. Today in the important workshop and meeting, right now we have on the dais respected E.G. Wakamatsu, Senior Representative, JICA, India, and also we have K. Murgusan, Principal, Chief Conservator of Forest, and Hope Government of Odisha, K.B. Singh, IFS, IG Forest, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Mr. Binit Sarin, Chief of Development Operations, JICA, India Office, and also we have G. Rajesh, Project Director, Odisha Forest Sector Development Project, and Swayam Malik, Joint Director, Office DP2, and other senior officials from JICA and other distinguished forest service officers, scientists, and guests who have come from different parts of India, friends from print and electronic media, ladies and gentlemen who are present here. It is a pleasure to welcome all the dignitaries to the state of Odisha, Lord Jagannath, which is famous for its rich, beautiful biodiversity, like rich forest, wildlife and cultural heritage. The government of Odisha is privileged to host this 14th National Workshop of JICA assisted forestry project in India here at Bhubaneswar. You know, Odisha has the third largest tribal population in India. We have 22.85% of our people are scheduled tribe, and most of them directly and indirectly depend on forest for their livelihoods, support, sustenance. And you know, since a decade, tribal peoples are supporting to sustainable forest management through their traditional practice, which teach us about living together and coexistence. The well-being of our forest communities depends on healthy forest, good governance, and fair access to them. It is essential for their livelihood and food security, culture, and identity. Dear ladies and gentlemen, Odisha is also a leading mineral-bearing state in India. We have 98% of the country's chromite, 59% of the bauxite, 28% of iron ore, and 24% of coal. These minerals are almost found in remote area inside or very nearest to forests. I am very happy that JICA assisted Odisha Forest Sector Development Project Phase 1, which was successfully run from 2006-7 to 2014-15, and second phase is 2016-17 to 2027. Across the Odisha, we have taken 12 numbers of forest divisions and 2 wildlife divisions of the state. This project focus on sustainable forest management through community participation and livelihood promotion through intersectoral convergence on the principle of the joint forest management. Under sustainable forest management, people have protected and managed forest over 1.257 lakh hectares, covering 1,210 BSS and 10 EDC outside the forest and private lands. Fan forestry plantation cover over 8,650 hectares with more than 18,000 farmers are under OFTC. Phase 2. I am also known that the sustainable biodiversity management, the forest has started good work like Satyama initiative in Bodroma Wildlife Sanctuary and long-term scientific monitoring plan for the Bhitarkanika Conservation Area. These villagers from 10 EDC project forest from fire so well that there has been no forest fire since the project started. They do many livelihood activities to live in the harmony with nature. Through income generating activities, the forest has been reached 2.653 lakhs beneficiaries. The project helps the poorest of poor people and involves farming, common interest group, CIJ in far of villages. By inspiring OFSDP Phase 1, Government of Odisha successfully started Amo Jungle Yojana from 2016-17 to 2024-25, which cover 22 forest divisions involving 4.2 lakhs households to promote sustainable forest management. Government of Odisha has recently approved Amo Similipal Yojana by taking 400 villages around Similipal National Park to protect wildlife and give sustainable livelihoods to the people. Another scheme, Amo Bono O JICA Prakalpo, is under consideration for 20 forest divisions in 15 districts with the same goals. Under the leadership, our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Honorable Chief Minister Mohan Chरण Majhi ji, in the last planting season 2025, Odisha planted 8.1 crore seedling, beating the target of 7.5 crores and ranked 5th largest in the country. On 17th September 2025, commemorating the 75th birthday of our beloved Prime Minister, we did a big one-day plantation, single one-day plantation drive. Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, we planted 1.49 crore sapling with help from PSU, NGOs, school, panchayats and women groups. It became a true people's movement. India is among the India's most climate vulnerable states and faces climate changes like cyclone floods, droughts and heat. Forest help us fight this. We need a community involvement, adoption plans and strong livelihood to protect forest and people. Therefore, I would like to thank Japan International Cooperation Agency and the government of Japan for their continuously supporting. It helps protect forest environment and livelihoods, especially for tribal peoples, scheduled castes and scheduled tribe and other backward classes. Needs their continuous support in safeguarding the interest of local people. The OFSDP Phase 2 is coming to end in March 2027, and I expect and believe that the support of the Government of India and JICA will continue in the coming days through implementation of another project, Phase 3 beyond March 2027, to help us to reach a goal to Viksit Odisha 2036 and Viksit India 2047. I am delighted to see the presence of the representatives of JICA, Tokyo Head of Forest Force of leading states, Chief Project Director, experts, scientists of eminent research institutions, and industry representatives in this workshop. I am hopeful your consultations in this workshop would help in preparing roadmap for future-ready forestry for India and Odisha. Lastly, I wish you all great deliberations while you are here in Bhubaneswar. Please take some time to enjoy our city and beautiful tourist place around Odisha. And I think this workshop, an important meeting will lead definitely for conservation of environmental and conservation of biodiversity and the mechanism to keep the ecologically, and definitely it should help the livelihood support of the local people, those who are living very nearest inside the forest. Therefore, most of time I say the cooperation, coordination, and the main importance is transparency. Whatever we are making expenditure, whatever we are preparing the plan proposal for safeguarding of the state and environmental, very important thing is the implementation part. And definitely again I would like to thank the representative of JICA and government of Japan. Continuously there is being support to the government of India and the government of Odisha, and by which we are getting just the mineral dominant state, and you know we also needed the sustainable development goal and sustainable use, and basing on that the government of Odisha is trying to streamline all the different type of challenges also. Every year we are facing the disaster management. We have to streamline the different kinds of natural climate also. And today I am very happy, and again welcome to the Lord of Jagannath Dham and Sun Temple town of India, Bhubaneswar, and you enjoy and see all the scene and natural scene of Odisha. Thank you all of you. Bande Utkal Janani Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, sir, for your kind words and guidance throughout. Ladies and gentlemen, time has arrived that we would be officially closing the inaugural session. Gratitude is the strongest foundation of collaboration. I would be humbly requesting Joint Project Director, Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 2, Shri Swayam Malik, to propose vote of thanks.
समस्तଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର। Honorable Chief Guest, Minister for Forest Environment and Climate Change, Government of Odisha, Sri Ganesh Ram Singh Khuntia sir, Dr. K. Murugesan, PCCF and Head of Forest Force Odisha, Sri K.V. Singh, IG, Externally Aided Projects, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Sri Wakamatsu AG, Senior Representative JICA India, Mr. Vinit Sarin, Chief of Development Operations JICA India, Sri G. Rajesh, Project Director OFSDP Phase 2, Senior Officers of the Forest Department, ex-Project Directors, distinguished delegates from various JICA assisted forestry project states, scientists, academicians, members of print and electronic medium. On behalf of Odisha Forestry Sector Development Project Phase 2 and the Forest Environment and Climate Change Department, Government of Odisha, I have the honor to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of the inaugural session of the 14th National Workshop of JICA Assisted Forestry Projects in India. We express our sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Ganesh Ram Singh Khuntia, sir, for graciously presiding over this session and for his inspiring guidance, which reinforces the Government of Odisha's commitment to climate resilience, forestry, and sustainable livelihoods. We sincerely thank JICA, particularly Mr. Wakamatsu AG and Mr. Vinit Sarin, for their continued partnership and support to forestry initiatives across the country and in Odisha. Our respectful thanks to Dr. K. Murugesan, PCCF and HOF Odisha, and Sri K.V. Singh sir for their leadership and constant encouragement. We warmly acknowledge the participation of the delegates from the different JICA forestry project implementing states, making this workshop a truly national platform for collaboration and shared learning. We place on record our appreciation for all the ex-project directors, senior forest officers for their leadership. We also thank print and electronic media for helping carry the messages of this workshop to a wider audience. समस्त रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जो मैंने आसी प्रिंट और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया ताको मध्य भी अशेष धन्यवाद. Finally, I acknowledge the dedicated efforts of our project director Sri G. Rajesh and the entire organizing team for successfully organizing this event. Once again, thank you all for your presence. I wish you a very productive workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would be requesting everyone to kindly join us for a group photograph.
For this group photograph, we can have some of the participants here, sir, and then approach Korigi, sir. Yes, sir. Biswajit Babu, ठीक है.
Let's have it in batches for smooth coordination.
Namaskar, sir.
Sir, sir. RCCFs also can join us. Please, sir. Sir, ascend, sir. For the coffee break, I request all the senior officers to be seated. That will be served inside. ଆଉ ବାହାରେ ଆମେ ଟିକେ ଯାଇକି ଟିକେ କ୍ଲଟରିଂ ଯେମିତି ନ ହେବ ଯାଇକି ଧରିକି ପଳେଇ ଆସିପାରିବା. ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ.
a strategist in global cooperation and sustainable resource management. His work continues to inspire policy and practice. Please put your hands together. Let's welcome Sri Vineet Sahai Sareen for his presentation.
Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Okay. Yeah, can you hear me? May I start? Okay, good afternoon, all. So thank you very much for giving me this chance to Forest Department, Government of Orissa. In fact, I asked Mr. Malik if I can have 5 or 10 minutes extra for having been a partner with Orissa for the last 20 years. So I need to, also speak about my connection with Orissa. Before I make my presentation, I must go through this, because I feel very nostalgic about it. In fact, it was said a number of times that Orissa was the first state to organize this workshop in 2009, and Mr. Bansal was the project director. Let me first tell you that what is the genesis of this entire project. It goes back to 2002. Mr. Bansal and I had an accidental meeting on a train from Jaisalmer to Delhi. We were attending a conference organized by Rajasthan Forest Department in Jaisalmer, and suddenly there was a fire in the ordnance depot, and the workshop had to be kind of stopped. And we were put on the train, and we found each other in the same coach, and that's where we got introduced. At that time, he was in Bangalore, and we spoke. And in those days, it was called JBIC, Japan Bank for International Cooperation, and that's how we started the conversation. And And he said that when I go back to Orissa, I would like to come back to JBIC and try and see if we can formulate a project. To me at that time, frankly, because we had been working in Orissa on other projects also, and there were significant delays. So I didn't feel very confident about the prospect of having another forestry project in Orissa. But seeing the confidence which Mr. Bansal was showing to me, I think, I thought for a moment maybe, but then of course he was in Bangalore, so we said bye and that was it. And the moment he got back to Orissa, I don't know, 4 or 5, whenever, and he, got back in touch with me, and, that's where we started. And it was not an easy road to finalize this project. A lot of issues were there. We did not have a very good understanding at that time with the forest department here. And in fact, in the first meeting, I was almost thrown out by the secretary. He said, "We don't want you." So I said, "Sir, okay, let me speak to you for 5 minutes. If you don't find it convincing, I'll go." So he looked at his watch and he said, "Okay, you have exactly 5 minutes to say what you want to say." And he looked at me, in a very suspicious manner. And he said, "Okay, 5 minutes." So I started talking to him and started telling him about what kind of a project we're trying to formulate. He was just nodding his head like that, no, kind of a thing, a kind of a disapproval. Then suddenly I saw his expression change and changed and changed. Then he asked me to stop. So I thought, this is the time for me to get out. He says, "Okay, let's move to the sofa there. What kind of tea would you like? I'll make tea for you." Now I said, okay, this is an indication I'm getting entry into Orissa. And then he made tea for me. And then we started the discussion. His name was Mr. Nanda, a very strict kind of an officer. And I did not have the guts to have discussions with him to begin with, because his predecessor had a very kind of a bad impression about JBIC. But at the end of the meeting, he gave me his mobile number. He said, "Whatever you need to ask, please call me whatever time." And that's where we got the cooperation. And it was, thereafter, it was very smooth kind of a ride. Then in one of the meetings, he asked me, "Okay, do you have anybody in mind out of all the people you met in Orissa who could be the project director?" I said, "Yes, if you can consider Mr. Bansal is very good for us." And he said, "Okay, it's done." And that's how Mr. Bansal took over the command of the project, and very rightly so. And coming back to the workshop, actually, yes, it was Mr. Bansal who proposed this workshop. He never had any provision to have these kind of workshops in our projects. But he said, let's pull out some money from the training budget and have this workshop. It was organized at Sosti at that time. And it was a very, very well-attended workshop, just like this one. And from there, we began the journey. And Mr. Bansal has been associated with the JBIC and JICA for a long time. He also was instrumental in co-creating the concept of project director meeting with me. That was conceived in the Bangalore workshop in 2012, which is still going strong. We had the 14th project directors meeting 2 months ago. So that's how, very important, this aspect I had to mention about our connection with Orissa. And thereafter, the first project, then the second project, Mr. G. Patnaik was instrumental in creating. And there had so many officers in between. Mr. Biswal has been working, and Mr. Nanda, and we had so much of, cooperation from so many, officers, like Mr. Panda was also there for some time. Mr. Rajiv Kumar was also there. So I think I need to thank everybody, because if we say that it's 20 years of cooperation, it could not have been possible without you fantastic officers. I think we need to applaud that, please. Okay, coming back to the presentation, that's the business I'm here for. So I'll just run you through a presentation. In fact, in the morning, Mr. Bansal asked me, "Is there anything new you're going to present?" I said, "Bilkul naya hi hai sab." Okay, so I'll just run you through a brief snapshot of what we have been doing for the benefit of all those who are attending for the first time, and we have some new states also, who are attending this, and who are on the verge of, possibly collaborating with JICA. So I think most of it has been covered by Mr. Wakamatsu in his presentation in the morning, in his speech in the morning. JICA has had a very long history, starting with Rajasthan. We have the Chief Project Director from Rajasthan. And it started in 1991, the long story, 37 projects up to now. and 32 are state specific. Rajasthan takes the biggest biggest piece of the pie. 6 projects, Tamil Nadu 4, Gujarat 3, Punjab 3, and so on. Then we have a 2 national level ODA loan projects, which are for basically capacity development. Just to give you a snapshot of the capacity enhancement project, because I feel this slide is very important, because this project is just being launched by the ministry, and I'm sure most of you have had discussions with the RT division, which looks after this project, and going forward, I think we'll be interacting with all the states of the country. It's a project which we signed last year for 537 crores. 440 crores is the JICA's portion. It focuses on research development, pilot projects, training system, and institutional strengthening all over the country. So all the states will have the option to participate in this project based on your state plans, which you will submit to the RT division of the ministry. And once it's accepted, and then you'll be a part of this project. So so this is a very, very important project. So I'm sure within a few months we would be having an orientation meeting in the ministry. So please take advantage of this very, very important project. As I said, JICA is the largest donor to the sector for more than 20 years now. We have committed almost about 18,000 crores worth of funds for these 37 projects, about $2.2 billion US. And it basically, the huge amount of investment underscores Japan's long-term dedication to supporting JICA, to supporting India's environmental objectives and sustainable development goals. We take pride in saying that we have an unmatched geographic presence, 24 states, footprints in 24 states, 15 states through ODA loans, and 9 additional states through the capacity enhancement project. Okay. So we had a long history, as I said. So the entire more than 35 years of can be divided into 5 generations, from 1991 to 1998, second to 2002, 3 to 13, third to 13 to 19, fourth to 20 to 25, and the 5th generation is now being implemented or being formulated. So first generation projects were largely large-scale afforestation, reforestation projects, soil moisture conservation, training extension. JFM at that point in time was in infancy stage, so community participation was minimal. Second generation projects were, they marked a paradigm shift. In fact, Orissa was the first second generation project, which we kind of picked up, and it focused on participatory management, poverty alleviation, project management unit set in a society mode. Can you please switch off this light? It's hitting on my this thing. Yeah, so poverty alleviation, project management unit was set up in a society mode, and this is the first project which adopted a 3-phase approach of preparatory stage of 1.5 years, implementation of 5 years, and consolidation of 2 years. Third generation projects built on the success of the first and second generation projects. There was enhanced focus on sustainable community development, biodiversity conservation, and there's a huge push towards the technology-based systems like adoption of GIS as well as the MIS for planning, implementation, and real-time monitoring. Fourth generation was from 19 to 25. It laid more emphasis on including the climate change measures, enhanced forestry and natural resources, and digital transformation going beyond GIS and MIS. And of course, replication and upscaling of all the best practices of the previous generation projects. Now the big question is moving to the 5th generation. I think somebody said, okay, like, what are you going to do in the 5th generation? And, the answer is not that simple, because the road ahead is going to be very different from what it has been traditionally in the past. First of all, we need to assess what's happening, what's the environment of the Japanese ODA, Official Development Assistance, and the strategic shifts shaping the future collaboration. So, taking that into context, we need to understand how the 4th generation, 5th generation projects are going to be different, and then, of course, revise our approaches and tools. And, of course, we have to have a stakeholder alignment, which is going to be a big component in these fifth generation projects. But the main point here is that these projects are going to be defined by the focal policy and strategy of JICA now, which is co-creation, innovation, and circulation. I'll speak about it later on. Basically, it is fostering deeper partnerships with private sector, academia, innovative financing mechanisms to achieve sustainable development outcomes beyond traditional ODA models. So it's not just going to be JICA support through ODA. It has to leverage all the sources available, within the ecosystem. So okay, I'll just run you through why I'm talking all this, because you must understand the context I'm talking about. First of all, we need to understand what's happening, what's changing in Japan as far as the ODA is concerned. Japan's overall ODA budget, not for India, for the entire globe, is decreasing. It's going on a downward trend. Maybe some fluctuations are there, but largely it is going down. In the year 2000, Japan was the first #1 donor in terms of ODA. It has slipped to 4th now. And in fiscal 25, the ODA budget was 565 billion for the entire world. And this is exactly almost half of 1.16 trillion allocated in 1997 when Japan was #1 donor in terms of the ODA assistance. However, there has been a modest increase in 26 of 585 billion, but that doesn't signal a big shift, in terms of the trend. So what do these trends indicate? It definitely indicates that we need to be more strategic, efficient, impact-focused, ODA deployment, leveraging innovation and partnerships to maximize development outcomes. Now, just to give you an idea, okay, so why is it decreasing? Okay, decreasing can be one issue, but why is it decreasing? So let's try to understand that, why it's decreasing. Number one, domestic pressures from Japanese taxpayers. There is an increasing kind of a desire and want from the Japanese taxpayers that they tell the government of Japan that you need to be more inward-looking now. More investment should be for domestic priorities over international assistance. And the key demands include self-support over foreign aid. You first support the Japanese economy more. Then, because of the rising costs associated with the national defense, aging population, healthcare, they are putting a lot of pressure on the public exchequer. So, more money has to be diverted for these issues. And the taxpayers expect JICA to deliver measurable, high-impact results by leveraging accumulated experience, networks, and relationships in countries. So there is a clear pressure from the taxpayers that they demand transparency, accountability for the ODA, which is being committed for the developing world. Two, in terms of global economic shifts, what has the change? Now, many developed nations have made tremendous economic progress, reducing their dependence on the traditional ODA. And this has led to the rise of the global south, which has increased the political influence of these countries on the world stage. However, even though these countries have made great economic progress, but there are a lot of challenges which they are facing now. Includes rapid urbanization, aging population, income inequality, digital transformation, green transformation, and climate resilience. So these complex social issues definitely require to be addressed with innovative and technology-driven multi-stakeholder approaches that go beyond traditional aid kind of programs. Now let's look at what's happening not only in Japan, globally what's happening in terms of the ODA budget allocation. If you see, all the major countries of the world are decreasing their ODA budget. United States shut down USAID in July 2025. So they brought curtains suddenly due to President Trump's announcement that it's required. So it completely shut down, creating a rippling effect all across the world. United Kingdom has also decided by 2027 to reduce its budget, development budget, from 0.5% of gross national income to 0.3%. France also announced development aid budget cuts in 2024 because of domestic priorities and pressures. Germany has reduced by 15% between 23-25, and Canada also has reduced by approximately 2 billion. There is a global trend towards decreasing ODA budget for the rest of the world. So this is not only happening in Japan, it's happening across the globe. So what does it show? It shows that now we need to go beyond ODA. We need to look beyond ODA. We need to leverage all other resources which we have available. So that's the kind of message which is emerging from this scenario. Then, of course, the financial flows to developing countries, the rise of the private capital. If you compare the FDIs and remittances, they are far more in terms of quantum than the ODA. Therefore, this makes ODA less dominant in terms of in this fast-paced global economy, though it remains very critical for catalyzing the development impact in these countries. But if you look at the SDG achievements, they require a lot of investments, because the international community requires massive financial resources, which ODA alone cannot provide. But there are emerging mechanisms which are there now: the ESG investments, impact investing, blended finance, and carbon markets. Now, these instruments are on the rise, offering new pathways to mobilize capital for sustainable development. So what does the new framework of international cooperation look like in this scenario, in this global scenario, and also specifically of Japan? We need to recognize that ODA cannot be the answer to all the development requirements. It can only, from this stage on, it can only act as a catalyst. And as a catalyst, the role of the ODA should be to leverage the public-private partnerships, multilateral coordination, local stakeholder engagement, and innovative financing models. And this is to achieve the win-win outcomes where, if I speak in context of Japan, where Japan's national interests, economic growth, technological collaboration, regional stability, and contribution to global public goods, climate action, biodiversity conservation, poverty reduction, mutually reinforce each other. We have this Development Cooperation Charter in Japan, which is 2023, and if I just go through the guiding principles, first of all, it was established in 1992, the ODA Charter, which was revised in 2003, then renamed the Development Cooperation Charter in 2015, and the latest revision was done in 2023. The revision ensured that Japan's development cooperation remains relevant, strategic, and effective to address the global challenges. So what are the basic policies of this Development Cooperation Charter 2023? It focuses on human security in the new era, co-creation with developing countries. You must take note of this, co-creation with developing countries, which is that supporting self-help efforts and fostering the creation of social values through dialogue, mutual learning, collaborative partnerships. Emphasizes ownership by recipient countries and joint problem solving. So the Japanese loan cannot be the solution provider only. You have to use it as a catalyst to solve your own problems in a collaborative manner, which is kind of co-creation. And dissemination and implementation of international rules and guidelines, basically promoting adherence to international norms, standards, such as environmental sustainability, human rights, governance, and trade. So the priority areas and implementation. So priority areas focus on quality growth in the new era and the free and open international order. That is the free, open Indo-Pacific. And what are the evolved implementation strategies which are emerging? Co-creation with various actors, with private companies, public financial institutions, other donors, international organizations, civil societies to maximize development impact. Why again and again I'm emphasizing is, especially for those who are going to formulate a new project, please remember that it cannot be a JICA with the Forest Department kind of a project. It must have various sectors' involvement, and through co-creation and innovation, we need to move forward. So the entire picture of the project is going to change. All the projects of the 1, 2, 3, 4 generation are history. Now we need to move to a new kind of, need to make a paradigm shift from here on. So we will have to redo the DPRs, we will have to redo everything, and we will have to bring it in context with what I'm trying to point out here. Then strategic and proactive cooperation, leverage Japan's strength, technology, expertise, quality standards, and propose tailored cooperation menus that address specific country needs. So, we have ODA loans, we have technical cooperation, we have grants, so many, other schemes are like we have private sector investment finance, which is a relatively new window we have. So we have to see what kind of menu of schemes we have, how we can best leverage those along with the other private institutions and other stakeholders. And of course, the ODA system has to be more flexible, efficient, and expedited to respond to rapidly emerging challenging opportunities. Now, if you see, none of the forestry projects which we've done in the last 4 generations have a scope for any private sector participation, direct private sector participation. I think the only scope where some sort of private sector participation was the involvement of the NGOs. I think we are going far, far, far beyond that. So, we need to take note of this point. So given all this background, what is now the 5th generation roadmap? So these are the strategic areas for JICA assistance 23-25. This is as per the JICA strategy document of September 23, which was revised in 25. So climate change response, green transformation and disaster risk reduction, economic resilience, promotion of digitalization and digital transformation, and health sector. So when we are having this workshop, 2 of the schemes we are already covering. 3, climate change response, green transformation, and digital transformation. So this is the background of why we are having these 3 themes for this workshop. What I again would like to emphasize is that what is going to be JICA's core strategy and policy here on? And it's not JICA's policy, it's the government of Japan's policy. JICA is an institution which is under the government of Japan. So this is how the Japanese government expects JICA to go forward in terms of project formulation. Co-creation, innovation, and circulation. Co-creation means develop deep partnership with governments, private sector, academia, and communities. Innovation is leveraging technology, research, new business models to solve social challenges. And circulation is creating sustainable value cycles that generate long-term development impacts. So it requires deep consultation, partnership development, alignment with long-term sustainable development goals that go beyond immediate project cycles. So I hope I may be being able to convey to you the kind of legwork we need to do before we formulate a new project of the 5th generation. It's like a 5th generation fighter aircraft which has to be state of the art and something beyond than what we've had up to now. So it's not going to be easy to have a 5th generation project now, and especially the new states which are on the verge of formulating a new project, and all the states, including Orissa, which is looking at the 3rd phase or the 4th phase or the 5th phase or 6th phase or 7th phase project. I think there has to be a proper understanding of this concept going forward. So moving to 5th generation, some of the areas which could be, as this is the JICA India strategy, I mean, in the overall strategy, JICA India has created its own strategy. Wood transformation, agroforestry, digital transformation, carbon stock assessment trading, climate change adaptation mitigation, and seed and wood certification systems are going to be could be the core areas, but not limited to this. But these are the specific areas which we need to work on and try and see what kind of co-creation, innovation we can create, within these subtopics. So I'll just give you an idea of what we have taken baby steps towards. Of course, for JICA also, it's quite a task to adapt to this kind of an approach. And it's not that, it happens with a snap of a finger. It's not a switching on and off kind of a button. We also have to acclimatize ourselves. We need to also transfer this knowledge to you. We need to have discussions with you and also with other stakeholders to move on with the new policy and the core and policy and strategy of co-creation, innovation, circulation. So, we've made some kind of small baby steps in taking certain initiatives in co-creation innovation under digital transformation, wood transformation, and research, and slope disaster mitigation. Number one, well, this is of the past, belonging to third and fourth generation projects largely. JICA has always been pushing for the GIS and MIS as a part of technology-driven planning, monitoring, and evaluations in kind of a tool. And we all know that what kind of success we had, a mixed success or mixed failure, on these projects. And unfortunately, in most of the projects, this was always developed when the project was ending. So the project never got to see the advantage of this. So, well, this was of the past, but of course, we would expect a more structured, planned, structured plan to be in place going forward. But what has happened recently, which is in sync with what I have just spoken about, in the previous slides. Since early 2004, there is a JICA DX lab, the digital transformation lab we have in JICA headquarters. So JICA DX lab, JICA India, the Boston Consulting Group, and the most important stakeholder, the Rajasthan Forest Department, have collaborated to create India's first digital forest stack, which is supported by digital partners SatShore and CDPG. Official launch, as Mr. Wakamatsu mentioned in his speech, was done in a very big way by the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan in March 25, marking a historic milestone in India's digital forest governance journey. Now, forest stack has now moved beyond pilot stage and is already delivering measurable outcomes. And in fact, 4 use cases have already been deployed: real-time forest cover monitoring, biodiversity and wildlife tracking, carbon stock assessment reporting, community livelihood program management. There is, I think, a presentation by BCG. Representatives are here along with the Forest Department of Rajasthan, who would be giving you more details about this. So what does a digital forest stack do? As we understand, it's supporting monitoring of 3.3 million hectares of forest, planning of 650 crores budget. 180 plus startups and researchers actually, applied for the innovative kind of challenge we had under this Rajasthan Forest project. 10 were shortlisted and finally 5 made it to the final. And I was a part of the final selection. And I think something like this has never been attempted in any JICA project ever. And at times it was very difficult to decide who's better. So it was a very, very tough competition, but it has led to that kind of awareness. And it has basically helped these, to bring these, very innovative, startups and researchers engaging through challenges and partnership. And it's projected that will create an impact of about 0.5 billion of on-ground impact in Rajasthan by 2030. Well, the way forward is that 4 states have already indicated their, intention to have this digital forest stack. We have to, have more discussions with them. We are also trying to work with the ministry if we can develop it at the national level so that we are able to unify the fragmented forestry data sets across states and enable scalable AI forest governance. Of course, we have Mr. Singh here from the ministry, IG EAP. We still are, I think, in a very initial stage, but this is our desire. We've had several rounds of discussions with the ministry, and I think it's a long road ahead, but definitely we will be pursuing this. And we've been told that the government of Bhutan, by BCG, we were told that has indicated it's shown deep interest in having this kind of a digital forest stack for themselves as well. So maybe we need to speak to Government of India for this, how we can collaborate on that. So what are the strategic benefits of JICA for JICA in Japan when we speak of co-creation and innovation? For JICA, it creates the image of JICA as the premier premier development partner in DPI for nature and climate action. We are able to create a scalable ODA portfolio, shape the national standards, influence governance models, data standards, and operating norms of forest management at national and regional levels. And of course, clear the pathway for technical cooperation to large multi-year ODA loan programs. For Japan larger ecosystem, we have the R&D collaboration. It creates opportunities for the Japanese research institutions in AI, remote sensing, climate science to collaborate with the Indian partners. It also provides entry points for the Japanese startups and technology firms who can, basically trust the government-run, platforms. And of course, this entire initiative is in strong alignment with Japan's climate leadership agenda, AI innovation strategy, and India-Japan joint credit mechanism for carbon markets. So overall, the vision of JICA is to create innovative research, new businesses, and precision monitoring for the forestry. Second is the wood transformation. It's for promoting sustainable wood economies, as the topic for the workshop is. And for us, this represents an optimal strategy for achieving, win-win outcomes across multiple dimensions of ecological sustainability, climate adaptation, poverty alleviation, and industrial collaboration between India and Japan. So this is a kind of a virtuous cycle we would like to create, support agroforestry, create wood transformation demand, and create a tree wealth, and then, create business for Indian and Japanese market. So rationale is, like the kind of study which we are just doing through Nomura Research Institute, the representatives are also here, they'll be making a presentation. So basically, India's rapidly growing population have led to increased demand for the affordable houses, and prefabricated wooden buildings, not only for residents but for commercial buildings, offer a viable solution by significantly reducing the construction cost and time. And India currently lacks the technology and technical know-how in this. So we would expect collaboration with the Japanese industry, to transfer the cutting-edge wood processing and technologies, develop sustainable supply chains for certified wood products, create employment opportunities in rural and peri-urban areas, reduce carbon emissions from the construction sector, and promote circular economy principles in the forestry sector. So this is the kind of collaboration we are expecting through our new projects. So JICA basically, would like to, JICA has been traditionally supporting agroforestry in almost all our projects right from the beginning. So we would want basically to be an organization that creates a balance between usage and replenishment through the agroforestry. So we support tree wealth creation, value addition, market access, and replenishment. Of course, this is a study which has been taken up. Our initial survey is underway. We would be looking at scaling up survey activities on pilot basis within the existing and future ODA loans. And we probably look forward to creating conducive environment for Japanese and Indian wood industries to collaborate. So basically, JICA will not get into a direct business in this. Please let me clarify. JICA does not have the mandate to do that. JICA is only a catalyst. As I said, ODA will play the role of a catalyst. So we'll try to create a conducive environment for the Japanese industry and the Indian industry to come together and try and find common grounds of mutual benefit. And then formulate recommendation for future direction of private sector participation, relevant competence of a future yen loan projects, which could come as a part of co-creation innovation concept. And these are the kind of stakeholders. We would be involving the ministry, state forest departments. Japanese side, there could be leading wood processing companies, Japanese research institutions, technology providers, then private sectors, industrial bodies of India, and specialist academic institutions like Indian Green Building Council, Research and Training Institute in Forestry and Architecture. So of course, this is a very initial stage, but we are looking forward to these kind of collaborations. Third initiative which we have taken under the ongoing loans is the Indo-Japan collaborative research, strengthening knowledge and partnerships between the two countries. And the focal area is environmental conservation with emphasis on sustainable forest management, biodiversity conservation, climate change mitigation. So we've had some collaborations already under the Tamil Nadu and the Rajasthan Forestry Development Project, which is involving the experts from from the Japanese universities and institutes, as well as the Indian in Indian universities and institutes. And these are some of the examples of collaborative research. So I think the next step for us is to institutionalize this mechanism of collaborative research, where we have to co-identify the research themes which are in line with environmental conservation, climate resolution, biodiversity protection. And we would like to give more priority to researches which are practical, policy-relevant applications within the ongoing projects. Of course, there are a lot of procedural issues which we need to clarify with the Government of India. So we will be discussing with the MOFCC and MEA to streamline the mechanism so that it becomes a smooth process. But the long-term vision is to encourage collaborative research, capacity development, technology transfer between the two countries. Finally, the fourth one is a very important one, which we have already undertaken in the Uttarakhand forestry project, which is the slope disaster mitigation. In Japanese, it's called the Chizan techniques in Uttarakhand. This is the first project of its kind where direct collaboration took place between an ODA loan agreement, ODA loan project and the technical cooperation project. While the ODA loan project provided the finance, the technical cooperation provided the expertise. So we had short-term and long-term experts from Japan who stayed in India for 5 years and created 3 model sites based on the Japanese technology of slope disaster mitigation. And 3 model sites were created, 2 in Garhwal and 1 in Kumaon. And these 3 model sites were created with Japanese technology and know-how, supported by the ODA loan project, which is being also implemented in Uttarakhand. And they have been the state-of-the-art examples of slope protection in the state. And based on this, and of course, with the experts, with the short-term and long-term experts of Japan, we had a very able, capable team of engineers. One, Mr. Jaikumar, is already the head of the team of engineers already here. He's been involved with the Japanese experts right from the beginning. And I think the technology transfer, the knowledge transfer has been tremendous because the team of engineers has been instrumental in creating the 4 more sites under the ODA loan project, which are almost on the verge of completion. So I think that's a fantastic example of co-creation where the Japanese experts worked along with the Indian experts, created a kind of a technology and knowledge transfer environment, and we expect this team of engineers to continue in perpetuity, providing solutions to the state in the long term. Many other Himalayan states have shown interest. Himachal Pradesh is one, Sikkim is another one, which would like to replicate this model. So my last slide is, again, I have already said that we try to work around on these themes because these are very transformative themes that represent the strategic priorities of JICA's forestry and NRM sector. And of course, these themes align with our 5th generation projects and development cooperation charter, climate resilience, digital transformation, and sustainable wood economies, the wood transformation. We have 7 thematic sessions, and we are expecting very, very rich deliberations. We have fantastic kind of experts who have been requested to be a part of this workshop. And I think this is the value addition kind of, to the workshop outcomes is that gradually we moved from presentations by forest departments to experts coming in and giving their third-party perspective on these issues and themes so that, we can learn more, we can absorb more, and we can, develop more. And, we expect that the outcomes will be enhancing our understanding of in which direction the 5th generation projects need to go, and of course, what can be replicable best practices and innovative interventions, how the partnerships among the government counterparts, JICA and implementing agencies can be strengthened, and what are the actionable recommendations which could be a part of the future project designs, and of course, knowledge sharing across states and stakeholders. This is the overall kind of, theme for this workshop. So, thank you very much for your kind attention, and I really request you, if you have any doubts, during these 2 days I'm around, my other colleagues are around, we are all here to clarify your doubts, especially those who are formulating new projects. Let us work together and let us, as I said, Let's continue building a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous future for Indian forests and communities. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. I hope I didn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vineet Sahai Sareen, for that enlightening and comprehensive presentation. Your insights on JICA's role and long-term commitment towards sustainable forestry and climate resilience in India have truly enriched our understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed for the next presentation of this session. Before inviting the dignitary, I would like to mention that this specific address will focus on the implementation framework, progress and field level experience of OFSDP Phase 2, which stands as a strong example of collaborative forestry development. And this presentation will be rendered by Joint Project Director, IFS OFSDP Phase 2, Srimati Rinku Kumari. I would be requesting everyone to kindly allow me for a short introduction of her profile. She is a 2013 batch IFS officer and she has worked in various capacities as DFO and Assistant Inspector General of Forest Government of India, and she has also experience of working as Deputy Advisor in Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Currently, she is the project director and she will be presenting overview of project. May I request everyone to kindly give a big round of applause. Let's welcome Srimati Rinku Kumari.
Thank you. Presentation. So can I start, sir? Respected dignitaries in the room and all the guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm good afternoon to all of you. I'll be giving the overview of the project. In fact, talking about the project in front of the stalwarts of the project, but still for the benefit of all the other dignitaries here in the hall, I'll give a small overview of what we are doing through OFSDP in Odisha. As all of us know, the project started in Odisha in 2006 and 7, and it was set up under the Society Registration Act in 2006, and it was brought under administrative control of Forest and Environment Department, Government of Odisha. And we basically work for sustainable forest management and livelihood upliftment. Through OFSDS, there are 4 projects running. When we talk about the projects, the first project, which was OFSDP Phase 1, which was from 2006-7 to 14-15, we worked in over 2,000 VSS, and more than 7,000 SHGs were worked in, and a treatment of approximately more than 1,96,000 hectares of forest area was treated under the project. Then we come to the second project, which is Amajangal Yojana, which was running from 2016-17 to 2021-22. And it covered 30 territorial divisions, and it only included the SFM activities, that is plantation and livelihood activities. Then we come to the Phase 2, which is currently running, and we are at the fag end of the project, which will be getting completed in March 2027. Then the fourth project is Ombadsi OFSDS, Ombadsi Livelihood Project, which was running from 21-22 to 25-26. It was basically taken up in 5 districts of the Odisha, which are the mineral-bearing districts, and only the livelihood activities was done under the project. You can see the districts which were covered under Phase 2. The green ones are the districts which are covered under the current project, that is Project 2. And the dotted ones are under the Project 1, the pink and the dotted ones. And the AJY actually covered all the 30 territorial districts, so it is in the pink one. And the Ombatsi is only on the top 5 districts, that is Keonjhar, Devgar, Raulkela, Bonai, and wildlife, Keonjhar wildlife. And these, the Puri wildlife, Chilka, Khorda, they don't fall under the criteria of the project, so we have not taken up any project in that. These are the major activities that we take up through the phase 2. I'll be talking about them in the passing of the slides. So basically we take up SFM activities, livelihood activities, and 2 initiatives has been taken up through the biodiversity conservation initiatives, that is Satoyama initiative and the Bhitarkanika conservation area initiative. This is the overall picture of the SFM that has been done through the phase 1. As I have already mentioned that we are in the fag end, the project is going to end next year in March. So we have already started the monitoring and evaluation activities. So you can see all the achievement, all the targets have been achieved. In fact, we have overachieved most of the targets. You can see the plantation activities, we have achieved more than the target given. And all the drainage line treatment activities have been completed, and all the activities, in fact, forest consolidation, and every activity that was planned for the phase 2 has been completed, and we have already entered in monitoring and evaluation phase. These are the few pictures of the activity that were taken up through the project. One very good initiative was taken up under this project, which was the farm forestry. It was included as a pilot to be taken up in 10,000 hectares of the area. And it has given a very good result when we see it was basically planted on the private land. Majorly, people don't allow plantation on the private land because there are a lot of speculations dealt with it. But here we can see we have achieved more than 88%. And we have planted in more than 8,000 hectares of private land. Basically, these are all pulpwood plantation because we have good paper mill industries working in Odisha, and also horticulture plantations that is cashew and all are there. So farm forestry has shown very good result in Odisha. And of course, we are also thinking in phase 3, agroforestry and farm forestry can be included as a major part. When we talk about livelihood, we have achieved quite a lot when we talk about livelihood through phase 2. First achievement is the multi-product clusters. As all of you must have seen the stalls that are kept here, and these are the result of the OFSDP phase 2. We actually targeted for 12 multi-product clusters, on which 6 have already been established, and we are working, the process is going on. We'll be establishing 6 another multi-product clusters in the coming years. Second is the revolving fund support, which is a very good initiative. Every VSS, we work, the unit of OFSDP is Van Suraksha Samiti. Every VSS get 2 lakhs rupees through this revolving fund, and which is utilized in the IGA activities, and the return of those revolving fund is quite good, which I'll be talking in the next slides. And then SHG's cover. The 3,600 was the target given for the SHG coverage, and we have covered more than 4,000, we can see there. So livelihood, the approach of livelihood generation through project has really given a good jump, because in fact our Honorable Minister Sir was also very much concerned about the livelihood generation activities to be taken up through the project. So it is a very good result which has shown, the project has shown a very good result. So the result of the project 2 can be incorporated to take up the project phase 3 in this state. Then the capacity building initiatives have also been taken. Of course, through whenever any project is worked, the capacity building is the major component. But here what different has been done is the thematic capacity building. As and when requirement is there, the capacity building is done. Because when we take up multi-product cluster formulation, it is not that we give training in the setting in such halls and then the training is done. So to take up thematic based, a lot of activities are being taken up through to give thematic trainings to all the participants, and as a result you can see now a lot of products have come up and a lot of capacity has been built up for all the VSS members and SHGs members, which is a very good result of our project. Now we talk about this Bhitarkanika Conservation Initiative. It's a very good initiative. When we talk about Bhitarkanika Conservation Area, you can see it is a very unique ecosystem. It has a sanctuary, a national park, and a marine wildlife sanctuary as well. So because it is that very fragile, when we talk about this ecosystem, it is a very fragile ecosystem, and every small change in heat or the current tide or any eutrophication, any activity, and it will have effect on this. So it was very thoughtful of the project implementation party that it was thought and the initiative was brought in, and a very small study was taken up to study the health of this ecosystem, especially this ecosystem. The study was taken up in partnership with National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management. Basically, through this initiative, this institute is taking up the measurements of the ecosystems. What we have done, we have installed a lot of instruments at 6 locations, and we measure each and every change in hydrogeological parameters of this area. So it will give us what is changing in each year, so that we can plan better about this ecosystem area, so that it can be managed better. So we have already have 2 report cards. When we see the report card of 2021, it is the first report card which was generated through this initiative. You can see there are 6 sites. It is mentioned Dhamra, Bhitarkanika, Gahirmatha, Maipuri, Mahanadi, and Brahmini. These sites were selected after a lot of deliberation and a lot of discussion. And when we see the first result, that is 2021, you can see the condition, the health of the ecosystem is excellent, and it was improving. Maybe because just after the COVID, it was kept untouched, and because of that, it was improving. Now, when we see the result of 2023, it was still in excellent condition, but the condition was stable. It was not improving, or at least it was not declining. Now we are going to get the result of 2025, and maybe in the next workshop or somewhere we can present the health card of 2025. So it is one of the very good initiative that was taken up through our project area. Then we talk about the Satoyama initiative, which is a community-centered conservation. It was taken up in one area, that is the Badarma Wildlife Sanctuary. Here 10 EDCs were selected, and no plantation activity was taken up, only activity of drainage line treatment or activity of giving them capacity, building their capacity, and making them understand the importance of the area was done. So as it was mentioned in the speech of Honorable Minister Sir also, that in this area there has been no fire since the start of the project, which is a very good initiative, and it has shown a lot of improvement in these areas. So it can be again replicated in another areas also in coming days. But so next we come to the best practices that has been taken up through the project. First is VSS selection, survey and demarcation, microplan, JFM, and farm forestry technology aided. When we see this, we feel it is there in all the projects, but it has been done differently in Odisha. That is why it has been brought in the best practices of this project. So I'll be talking one by one about why these are the best practices in our project. VSS selection. Usually there are 4 or 5 criteria that are taken up to select any VSS. But here we have used a lot of technology to select the VSS for our project. When we see, here is a small example. It has been done is that range map is superimposed on forest density map and the cadastral map of that area. So when we select any VSS area, you can see the green part is the forest area, and the brown ones are the villages which are around the forest area. So it makes us makes us easy to understand which area can be used or which area should be taken up for any initiatives. So the area which is crossed, it is used for it is given to all VSS to take up all the interventions and all. So this is how it has been done. Apart from the criteria that is used for VSS selection, we have also used technology to select the VSS, and that is why it has come up in the best practices. Next is community development cycle. As it is very common that revisiting of micro plan after 4 years is being done. But we have tried to make it very tight. We have tried to make it very very tight so that every aspect of that VSS is covered. When we talk, we have always prioritized livelihood because it is our mission to improve the livelihood condition of our VSS people. And of course, convergence is one of the major things which has also again come in the speech of our Honorable Forest Minister, sir. Apart from that, we have also ensured gender responsiveness. And then the plan is always visited after 4 years, and as and when requirement is there, it is again revisited and then changed, or something is added or deleted as per requirement. This is the process I was talking about. We have coordination at each level, starting from block level, district level, and state level, and every state level, so that there is no chance of having anything left out. If at all anything is left at block level, it will be covered at district level or state level. So we have made it very tight so that at least all the aspects of the VSS is covered, and as and when we leave the VSS after the completion of the project, we can see at least some work has been done and it has progressed from where it was 10 years back. This is what I was talking in the last slide. Whenever the convergence rate in Odisha is quite high, approximately here we can see the mobilization of funds from the different organizations. You can see approximately more than 100 crore has been mobilized from 41 different departments. This is the level of convergence we are talking about when we talk in the projects. So every VSS, if we talk about each and every VSS, convergence is too high, and we have covered each and every aspect of the VSS so that it gives an overall picture, it gives an overall development of that area. This was again when I was talking about the revolving fund. So you can see the refund of the loan is quite high. In the last financial year, the refund of the loan was 95%. In fact, we have seen a lot of VSS have come for second time also to take up the loan. And the last year, okay, sir. And we can see the last year the refund was, the overall refund is 70%, the last year it was 95%. So this is how we ensure that a lot of activities has been taken up through the project, and the refund of the loan is the testament that what we are trying to achieve has been achieved through the project. This is one very good thing. I'll discuss this and then we can close the presentation. We have also thought about creation of livelihood resource center. Once the project is over, we usually see the IGS activities taken up through the project. Usually it doesn't get much support, and it, with passing of time, it just get away. It doesn't continue to do as good as it was doing during the project. So we have come up with the concept of LRC. Even if after the completion of the project, we'll have the LRC will have the fund, and it can support the IG activity that has been taken up through the VSS, which is a very good, it is in very nascent stage. Once and when it is going to be formulated, it is going to support all the IG activities that has been taken up through the VSS. This is the multi-product cluster we are talking about, and we have already 6 clusters, and we are one step ahead of the multi-product cluster now. When we talk about the value chain initiative, we are now going to formulate the companies out of the multi-product clusters, and the training has already been started to be imparted to the VSS member, like how the company can be run and all. All the FPOs will be formulated after this next stage. Next stage of the multi-product cluster is the formulation of companies, the FPOs, and the training for this regard has already been imparted to them. This is the carbon credit project. This is just 2 lines I'll say. Already our auditing and everything has been complete, and we have already been registered in VERA now. So mostly in 6 to 8 months, our VSS people will start getting the benefit of carbon credit projects. And it is basically, it is all done in the farm forestry area, the private plantation I was talking in the starting of my project. It is those farmers who has shown their trust and given their land to us. Now they'll be getting the carbon credit out of those plantations. And this is GIS and there is only one thing which is good in Odisha, and when we talk about FSI makes map at the ratio of 1:50,000, but in Odisha we make map in the ratio of 1:5,000, and we divide the forest in the 8 classes. We can have the minute details of that area, how the development has done, how the change has come, and that is why the monitoring of Odisha through this project is very, very good when we talk about technology added interventions. I think this is all from my side. Thank you for giving this time. Thank you.
Dr. Sood, I guess. Yeah, this side. Dada.
Thanks for the very, very meaningful presentation.
Mic on.
You just talked about Bhita Kanika. So, like, there are the 2-3 pressing issues which I know there's with Bhita Kanika. One is probably the loss in biodiversity. And there's like one species called Heptala, no phoenix species probably. And then there's the issue of, some fresh water flow in the Brahmani river. Isn't it? And then there's a problem of this man-crocodile conflict also. A lot of problems with man-crocodile. So I just wanted to know what kind of interventions has this project made to maybe address these issues. This is the first thing. And you were talking about the second is, you're talking about the Satoyama concept. Well, in my opinion, Satoyama is basically an Indian concept. It basically means 7 dimensions. So it's maybe like, maybe Japanese borrowed from us or we borrowed from Japanese, that I don't know. Like, Satoyama, we are only restricting it to maybe protected areas, the national parks and the wildlife sanctuaries. Well, I'll talk about Himachal because more than two-thirds of the land in Himachal is categorized as forest land. And I can vouch for it that around 80% of the biodiversity of the state, it is there in the non-protected areas. Because we've been living in harmony with nature since times immemorial. So what I suggest is, don't you feel that this concept should be, maybe it should be allowed to be carried out in non-protected areas as well? Well, probably this is because this is the general concept. Two things. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Meeta Biswal, the ex-PCCFN project director. And I have spent 11 years, so I have seen the project being conceived and delivered. That is why I take the liberty of answering the question. The first question is regarding the Bhitarkanika area. See, we are not here to give an answer to the problems that are existing. What happened was that the ecosystem services which any ecosystem is giving is not quantified. And it all started with the Paradeep Port Trust trying to take over some more area. And the forest officers were pitted against the rest of the departments, wherein we did not have any statistics, and we said, no, this will die and that will die. And the only thing that we could say was that the horseshoe crabs, which are a living fossil found only near Paradeep Port, would lose their habitat. Now, this question, the rest of the bureaucracy, apart from the forest department, understand only figures. So it was conceived that what is changing in an ecosystem has never been quantified. And that can only be done if we set up sample points and over a period of 5 years or 10 years, measure the changes that are taking place. And in fact, the health report card is an outcome of consolidation of all that information that was generated over the last 5 years. We've had 3 health report cards, 2019 one, 2021-22, and then 23. Now these health report cards show us what are the changes that are taking place in the marine ecosystem and how it is being measured. And the standardization of the procedure has taken place. Now, this forms the baseline for any blue economy project that can be done anywhere in the world. So we are not talking about these problems of crocodile-man interface, or also in the project, in the NCSCM project, that Bhitarkanika project, the carrying capacity was decided for the first time in quantitative terms, which has never been done anywhere in the country. Now, what happens is, once you say that only 250 boats can ply on during a particular period, that quantify was not done. So everybody will say, why 250? Why not 350? Or why not 150? And obviously, this is a tourism area. So heavy tourism pressure is there. So it gives us a baseline and a ruler to actually say that this can be done and this cannot be done. This is one. Coming to the Satoyama initiative is basically talking about protected areas. You know, when we talk of the reserve forest areas, the option of taking something out of the forest is there for the local communities, which gets restricted in the case of protected areas. Now, what can they do so far as livelihood is concerned? Ecotourism, or what are the options? Or resettlement. And in most of the areas, neither of these two is possible. So what is the third option? Enabling them till the time they are resettled or till posterity. Enabling them to stay within the ecosystem without harming the system. Now, how did we do that? Simple things like plastic-free campaigns, open defecation campaigns, stopping of open defecation, and in fact, to the extent that they are having some revenue land also within those protected areas, within the ringed out village area. Now, they are growing paddy and using plenty of pesticides and chemicals. So we promoted, and we, in fact, they started preparing their own biopesticides and biofertilizers. As a result of which, we started promoting the indigenous organic paddy. And the third year certification was in process when I left. So, and this was actually certified by an agency, recognized agency. So, as a result, and it was not a small amount. It was about 40 metric ton in first year, and then subsequently it continued. And this was being done where the MSP of rice was ensured, and also it was done from their doorstep, which is very difficult because Badarma is a hilly terrain, and approach is absolutely not possible. Now, this is a model that has been developed after looking at the Satoyama initiative and duly adopted for Indian conditions, for Odisha conditions, for Badarma Wildlife Sanctuary. And looking at the success of this, it is now being upscaled to Simlipal. So, and in fact in the morning, Honorable Minister also spoke about it. And it has already been, the project has been under different revisions. So, the thought that it's a foreign concept, and we are trying to adapt it or ape it, no. It is a foreign concept, no doubt, but it has been duly adopted for Indian and Odisha conditions. Thank
Only
you.
concern was very small. What you're saying is correct. I'm just saying what are interventions that you'd made.
So can we accommodate further questions and networking session?
Let me intervene. Sir, please, with your kind permission, I would still suggest that there is quite a lot of time given for networking and asking questions among ourselves. Please let us allow the next technical session to start because a lot of speakers are waiting. I think we should stick to the time. Already we are 40 minutes below schedule. Please bear with us.
Thank you so much. Moving forward, we enter a crucial discussion area, climate change adaptation and mitigation in forestry. As forests stand as our first line of defense against climate change, today's session will explore scientific modeling, carbon pathways, and nature-based solutions shaping climate-resilient forestry for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session will be chaired by Dr. C. Suvarna, IFS, PCCF, and HOF, Telangana Forest Department. I will be taking a moment to take you through her profile. Dr. C. Suvarna, IFS, PCCF, and HOF, Telangana Forest Department, is a distinguished forest administrator known for policy-driven sustainable forestry leadership. IFS batch 1991, Dr. Suvarna holds degree in agriculture from Acharya N.G. Ranga Agricultural University, a master's in forest management and a certificate in natural resource management from Cornell University. She is recognized for her contributions to inland fisheries development in Telangana and beyond. Let's welcome her with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The session will be co-chaired by Mr. Wakamat Soeji, Senior Representative, JICA India. I request you to kindly come and join us on the dais. And the esteemed speakers are Professor Dr. N.H. Ravindranath, IISc Bangalore. I request you, sir, to kindly come and join us on the dais. I request Mr. Takesh C. CEO and Shashank Sharma from Marubeni to kindly come and join us on the dais. I request Mr. Sayanta Ghosh from TERI to be there on the dais as our esteemed speaker. Let's welcome our chair, co-chair, and speakers with a round of applause, and let's expect a fruitful discussion ahead. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we have very little time. How much time we have? Based on that, we would structure the discussion. Time kitna hai? How much you are giving to us?
As per schedule, we should have had lunch at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
So I think we can give up to 2:10.
2:10.
We will have 35 minutes from now.
15 plus 10, 25 minutes. 25 minutes. Maybe 2:15? Yes. Thank you. We have distinguished guests here. I have the names of four distinguished guests here. Dr. Ravindranath. He's a retired professor from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. And he has been the lead author for numerous intergovernmental panel on climate change reports. Then he's advisor to various international bodies, including UNFCCC, JEF, and the World Bank. Of course, his research at ASTRA, which is a Center for Sustainable Technologies at IISc, has shaped our understanding of biomass energy, biodiversity, etc. And he has several publications. He is here with us. And Mr. Takeshi CEO, he represents Marubeni Carbon Trading in Japan. He would give a perspective from Japan. He plays a managerial role in international forestry portfolio, which is one of the largest held by any Japanese trading house. And under his management, the forestry business section emphasizes ESG-driven investments, carbon sequestration initiatives, etc. And Mr. Shashank Sharma is again from Maruben. I think he would supplement whatever Mr. Sayo would be expressing. And we have Mr. Sayanta Ghosh from TERI. He's an associate fellow and area convener for Center for Geospatial Technology Application within the Land Resources Division at TERI. He's a leading expert in leveraging remote sensing and GIS for environmental conservation. And we would open the discussion and we'll start with Mr. Ravindranath. You have 4 minutes, I can say, not more than that. Yes. Later, we'll leave for 5 minutes for discussion as well. You can use the mic. From there itself, you can speak, I think, to save time. Baki, you can have discussion over lunch because we have to finish up within 25 minutes. We have 4 speakers and there is a co-chair.
Thank you. I have a full presentation for 15 minutes. I came prepared, but unfortunately there's no time to show my slides. I'll just show my first, just 1 or 2 slides. Next slide, please. Climate change and forests are very closely linked. Firstly, forest sector contributes to 10 to 15% of the global CO2 emissions. It actually, forest sector contributes more than the transport sector globally. But in India, forest sector is a net sink of CO2 according to our estimates. And forest and biodiversity will be impacted by climate change according to all the studies. In fact, the impact on forest ecosystems will be long-term and irreversible. That's a tragedy. And according to one UN estimate, 1 million plant and animal species will become extinct in the coming decades. And forest sector also provides an opportunity to mitigate climate change to sequester carbon. And Government of India has set a target of sequestering 2.5 to 3 billion tons of carbon in the forest. And most importantly, since climate change will impact forest and biodiversity, there's a need for adaptation. Next slide, please. I'll skip the next slide. Oh, yeah, I'll skip all this because next slide. My talk was about dynamic global vegetation models. These are process-based models, but if you have to assess the impact of climate change on forests, climate change is long-term on a decadal scale. So the only way you can assess the impact of a climate change is through modeling. So dynamic global vegetation models are available. In my institute, my research staff and my students have used biome, IBIS, and LPGA model. Next slide. It requires largely climate data. Next slide. I have to quickly run. Next slide. And I don't want to talk about the climate change projection. There will be warming and increase in rainfall. Again, next slide. I'll skip all this. I will show some. Next slide, please. You can see, all those red, squares are the ones where climate change, according to this model, will be impacted by climate change. Fortunately, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand are likely to be less impacted by climate change according to this model. Next slide. And carbon stock in forests is likely to increase because forests love increased CO2. Global warming is due to increased CO2 concentration, which is today at 420 parts per million compared to 280 parts per million at the beginning of Industrial Revolution. Next slide. And according to another model we have done. Next slide, please. Again, this shows that some impacts in some parts of India where the forests are there. Impact in the sense that the existing biodiversity will not survive the projected climate change. That means there will be a forest dieback. There could be a complete, we don't know what will replace the existing forest, whether it's Himalayas or Western Ghats or, in Chhattisgarh. Next slide. And this is the vulnerability of forest ecosystems. The vulnerability of forest to climate change determined not just by climate, but also forest degradation, forest fragmentation, forest biodiversity status. So this is one of the slides which is very important. Yeah, I will not go into the details. Next slide, please. And all models have limitations, but DGM is the only option if you want to look at how climate change will impact forests and how we can adapt to that. It will identify the hotspots of climate change impacts and what are the opportunities for adaptation in these sectors. Next slide. I'll conclude with this slide by saying there is a need to, the only way we can adapt to climate change is through forest conservation restoration policies, which we already have. But what's critical is we have to prevent fragmentation of forests, degradation of forests, and decline in biodiversity. These three factors make forests more vulnerable to climate change. And of course, we need to promote natural regeneration and mixed species forestry. They are less vulnerable to climate change. And we need to promote anticipatory planting, along the altitude and latitude, so that we can take species from a warmer climate and plant them in a currently, lower, less level of warming climate. And there's a need for developing climate resilient forestry models and modules and practices, and build capacity in the forest departments to undertake the assess the impact of climate change using, the only option is through models. And next slide is the last slide. And I will not labor much into the forest working plans because you people know much more about that. But there's a need for increased, incorporation of assessment of impact of climate change on forest species, the forest range of forest species with change in climate, forest biodiversity, how it will impact livelihoods also in the long term, how it will impact carbon stocks in the long term. Thank you very much. I finished in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You stick to the time given to you, Professor. And especially the working plan slide, I think that's really important for the state forest departments. And I would request Mr. CEO and Mr. Sharma, both, could you please talk about this carbon trading in Japan, a perspective from Japan and its potential in India?
You have a
yes. What's that? Presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. Thank you very much for your time. Actually, I have this one. I have only 5 minutes, but maybe nobody knows about Marubeni, so let me introduce about my companies a bit. Yes, this is my companies, Marubeni Corporation. Marubeni Corporation, sorry. So Marubeni Corporation is basically the conglomerate company in Japan. Then we have a global network. All of them is our branches. We have 5 branches in India as well. Delhi, then Mumbai, blah, blah, yes. Then this is Marubeni's business. So we own and operate 16 ocean vessels in the world, and also we have 260 airplanes and operate in US. Then other than that, we have very cute baby shoes brand in Japan. This is a top brand of Japan. Then, so today, this is the forest-related conference. So I would like to explain about our forest business. So we have, sorry, this one. We have 2 forest assets in Indonesia and Australia. The size of this plantation is 300,000 hectares, which is equivalent to 2 times of Delhi, actually. So we manage this plantation project in Indonesia and Australia. But this is basically for the paper material for paper product. So we plant eucalyptus, then grow up them, then harvest it then deliver it to the paper mills. Then we produce paper product, then export it to the Japanese market and Chinese market and European market mainly. But as you know, the paper consumption level is decreasing. So that now we are exploring the business possibility, business opportunity to the decarbonization area using this forest asset. Then, yes, now we have some project in Japan and Philippines and Australia and Indonesia. Then now we are looking for good opportunities in India. Then now we have some project pipeline in Meghalaya state and Madhya Pradesh state and Jharkhand state. But now we have no project pipeline in Odisha. So I think after this we have a networking time. So if there's a possibility, I would like to discuss about business possibilities. Yes. Then basically, I think Japanese carbon market is attractive for all of the forest project developers, because Japan has 1 billion tons of carbon emission annually. Then Japanese government launched the compliance carbon credit market, namely GX-ETS. Then GX-ETS covers the 60% of 1 billion tons of carbon emission. So the Japanese carbon market is like 600 million tons of the carbon emissions. Then Japanese government allows to use the 10% of the 10% of 600 millions of tons of carbon emissions for carbon offsetting. So that it means the 60 million carbon credit we can use annually. So which is very big difference from the Singapore. Singapore also has the carbon credit compliance market, but that market size is just 2 million tons of carbon credit. But Japan has 60 million tons of carbon credit market. So in Japan, only 2 carbon credit registry can be used for our compliance market. So one is J-Credit. J-Credit is Japanese national carbon credit mechanism. And also one more registry is JCM, Joint Crediting Mechanism, carbon credit between 2 countries. Then last December, India and Japan have signed the JCM agreement. So that now India is also one of the partner countries of Japan. But unfortunately, the forest methodology is not included in the eligible carbon credit development methodologies. So I strongly expect that someday the forestry methodology will also include the eligible methodologies. Then, but I think to push the Indian government to include the methodology, forestry methodology into the JCM methodology is worth doing. So that from commercial sectors, we push Japanese government then to negotiate with Indian government. Then once the forestry methodology will include the JCM methodology, we would like to explore the possibility to develop the JCM carbon credit forestry project in India. Basically, the JCM credit supply is very, very small. Until today, only 1,000 tons has been issued. But again, the annual carbon market in Japan is 60 million. So demand and supply gap is very, very so far. So I strongly expect the future, like the Indian-based forestry carbon credit will take the market demand in Japan. Yes. So I think that's it today. Then also okay.
And anything pertinent to India?
Hello. Thank you everyone for having us today. And I'd just like to add something about what Yusen already mentioned in the presentation, that we from the Japan and Indonesia and Australia, we are having our own plantation, and we are looking forward to having a plantation business in India as well, because it's time to give back to the nature. In the time of the COVID, we have everybody seen that how the nature is changing to their own its natural way. But because of all the pollution and everything is going on, so we should consider the things so that our coming generation will survive in a better climate. So our focus is go green for the cleaner future.
Thank you both Mr. CEO and Mr. Sharma.
Sorry, thank you very much. This is just introduction. This is the first JCM forestry project in Philippines. This is the first AR project under JCM entire world. So I hope the second project will come out from India. Yeah, thank you. Yes. Government land. We have a concession land. Yes.
Thank you for bringing examples from Japan as well as other countries where you started your operations. This is a subject which we have been hearing about, but still yet we are not comfortable with, especially the state forest departments. So we would look forward for further guidance and getting more information from you. Now I would request Mr. Shashank, sorry. Yeah, Mr. Shayanta.
Thank you. My presentation topic is integrated climate change framework for forest, but the topic is so huge, I doubt how much I can cover. So basically today I'll speak about the developing integrated climate change framework for Assam and how it can be replicated or upscaled in Odisha with customized or local drivers and the intervention to minimize the impact of that local drivers. And also I'll try to touch about the MRV and FRAIL which we have developed in Assam. So this is our institute, TERI, established in 1974 and situated in Delhi. We have 7 regional centers as well as right now total 800 staff are working and undergoing total 500 projects currently. And in nature-based solution or climate financing, we can safely say TERI is a national champion. Presently, we are developing 42 carbon finance projects along with 10 feasibility assessment study. And coming to the core area, that is the vulnerability assessment. Basically, in Assam, we have worked on 4 deliverables. First, development of the composite vulnerability index for forest and biodiversity. And then the devising the strategy to minimize the impact of the drivers. Third one is establishment of FRL, that is forest reference emission level, and MRV protocol. And the 4th deliverable, that is the identification of 2 landscapes for implementing one RED plus project and another one is the ARR. So in the vulnerability assessment, that is one of its kind forest biodiversity vulnerability index which we have developed for the state of Assam, incorporating total 42 bioclimatic parameters. So these are the major 8 parameters, that is biological richness index, disturbance index, forest canopy density, fire point intensity, degree of slope, biomass extraction intensity of forest fringe villages, SPI to assess the drought areas and flood vulnerability index. Out of that, the BRI, disturbance index and flood vulnerability index itself composed of 8 sub-indicators. And also we have developed the climate change hotspot index. So in the left-hand side, we have developed forest biodiversity vulnerability index. In the right-hand side, we have developed climate change hotspot index. And for each grid level, we have correlated to assess the impact of climate change on forest and biodiversity. To do that, first we have divided the entire state of Assam into 180 grids to the level of 0.25 degree into 0.25 degree. Now, why 0.25 degree? To maintain the IMD's precipitation datasets resolution, which is roughly 25 kilometer into 25 kilometer. And out of that 178 grid, we have kept that 140 grid, which have at least over 5% area under forest cover. And we have designated or termed it as a forest grid. And these are the data sets of the data source of the major indicator, that is the BRI, DI, and the forest canopy density, fire point intensity, and the biomass extraction intensity. We have derived that using our socioeconomic survey. So we have total in the forest fringe villages. We have divided that fringe villages into 2 strata, up to 1 kilometer strata 1 to 3 kilometer strata 2. And out of that total 28 lakh household with a 97% confidence level, we have surveyed total 1,380 households. And basically, based on their inputs, we have derived that biomass extraction intensity in ton per hectare per year. And to do that, we have subdivided the entire forest fringe villages into 5 zones up to 1 kilometer, and then from 1 to 3 kilometer, and that is on the basis of per capita forest cover. And these are some of the surveys snapshot, and then these are the spatial distribution map of each of the indicators, starting from BRI to disturbance index, standardized precipitation index, flood vulnerability index, forest canopy density. And forest canopy density, that is also a machine learning based approach. Here we have adopted incorporating 4 parameters, that is the advanced vegetation index, canopy shadow index, bare soil index, and the thermal index. And then how much the contribution of each and every parameter to make the system vulnerable. To do that, we have used the AHP, analytical hierarchy process, and based on that, based on their relative contribution, we have assigned the weightage to each of the parameters. And finally, these are the composite forest biodiversity index, and that we have derived for 4 cases. One is for the entire state of Assam, for each of the grid, and for each of the protected areas, reserve forest, and also we have mapped this forest and biodiversity vulnerability for each of the high conservation values, that is the areas like biodiversity heritage site, key biodiversity areas, Ramsar wetlands, sacred groves. So we have mapped each and every high conservation value area as well, along with the reserve forest or the protected area. Now, coming to the climate change hotspot, for that we have taken 4 parameters. One is the rainfall anomaly index or long-term anomaly index, temperature anomaly index, and the third one is the CVI, that is the climate vulnerability index, which itself derive on based on 3 parameters, that is hazard, sensitivity, and adaptability, and extreme weather event index. And after incorporating the relative weightage, we have derived the climate change hotspot index. And then, for each grid level, we have correlated these 2 factors. In one side, climate change hotspot, and another side, that is the forest biodiversity vulnerability index. And also, we have done some trend analysis of the major drivers. You can see the precipitation. From 1951, there is a decrease on 176 millimeter rainfall. That is roughly 2.96 millimeter decrease per year. But at the same time, where the annual rainfall is decreasing, but the extreme rainfall event, that is the day with above 30 millimeter rainfall, that is increasing 5 to 38%. So that is itself a proof of erratic rainfall pattern. And the same thing have been observed for the temperature anomaly and the flood vulnerability as well. And the flood vulnerability index also increased nearly 25% for the last 22 years. And these are some of the trends. I'm just skipping these. One of the drastic change we have observed in the transition from very dense forest to moderate dense forest, and that is why we always say in India, not the deforestation, but degradation is the major issues. And the same thing I'm observed here as well. And these are some of the trend of fire point intensity and drought prone areas for the last 22 years. And some of the major findings of these first deliverables, which I have already covered. Now, the drivers. In the drivers, you can see that positive feedback loop. So this positive feedback loop in terms impact. If there is a forest degradation, that will in turn affect the climate change. And that is due to the anthropogenic pressure, and which will influence the degradation rate. And so we have formulated 3 strategies to deal with that, to deal with these drivers. The first, to maintain and enhance the green cover and forest ecosystem vitality. The second one is maintain and conserve and enhance the biodiversity in the forest ecosystem. And the third one is the drive socioeconomic development of the forest-dependent community, or to enhance the livelihood of the forest fringe village communities. And so these are the, I'm not getting into the details of the strategies due to the time constraint. But basically, if we look at the implementation pillars, so we have there are 4 pillars: research, resources, and capacity building, and policy support, which in turns influence or rather develop the strategy for the additional livelihood generation of the forest fringe villages in terms of climate financing or rather the carbon finance. And finally, the MRV. Now the question is, as our journey is from identify risks, prioritize the intervention, and the how outcome can be measurable, and the intervention can be finance ready or maybe the investment ready. So that's there MRV and FRAIL plays a crucial role. So MRV basically, as the name suggests, it's a transparent way of measuring the activity or the change due to the intervention. And to do so, we have used the activity data and emission factor. Now, what is activity data? In simple terminology, activity data is nothing but the change in the forest cover in a particular forest strata. So if the forest strata is tropical wet evergreen, is the forest type, and very dense forest is the density. So the strata is TWE_VDF. So each forest strata, the change in forest cover will be termed as the activity data. And due to the change in the forest cover in a particular forest strata, the change in the carbon stock is nothing but the emission factor. That is basically CS1 and CS2. That is the carbon stock 1 in T1 time, carbon stock 2 in T2 time. And the change of this two carbon stock will give us the emission factor. And the multiplication of these two will provide us the emission factor. So emission factor is nothing but the AD, activity data, and the change in the carbon stock. Now coming to the most crucial part, that is the difference between FRAIL and FRL. So FRAIL is nothing but to calculate the historical emission level, so that after the RAID intervention, what was the reduction in emission, that will be measured. And in case of FRL, FRL is nothing but to compute the PLAS, that is the conservation activity, that is the net emission, as well as the removal. So that is the basic difference between FREL and FRL. And now the RAID plus carbon accounting framework, as I already mentioned, two things. That is the AD, activity data. Activity data is nothing but the change in the forest cover. That may be due to the deforestation, or maybe the degradation, or maybe the enhancement. That is the positive case. And the same thing. I'll just give me 2 minutes. And the impact of AD on carbon stock is nothing but the emission, and multiplication of these two will provide us the emission factor. And as the time is too short, I'll quickly wrap it down. So this is the stratification we have adopted in Assam based on the type and density, and based on that we have derived total 9 strata. As I already mentioning, that tropical wet evergreen VDF, tropical wet evergreen MDF, like that total 9 strata we have developed. And finally we calculated the emission factor and AD, and these are the 5 pools of carbon, AGB, above ground biomass, below ground biomass, soil organic carbon, dead wood, and litters. So 5 pools of carbon we have taken into account, and in Assam, the total FREL we have developed, that is 8.42 million ton CO2 equivalent. And upscaling to Odisha. So in case of Odisha, that should be a context specific. Here we have first identified the drivers and how to mitigate these drivers. And also in case of Assam, we do not have the cyclonic impact, but Odisha is a coastal state. So the selection of the drivers should be the context specific. And after tailoring the hazard and the drivers, there should be the institutional model. We have proposed a simple institutional model, and also one roadmap. In the first 3 months, there might be the data audit, what are the data availability or the feasibility. And in the second stage, the vulnerability mapping, analysis of the drivers, forest fringe villages, survey of that villages. And in the third stage, there might be the intervention packages, the suitable intervention package, and how we can link that with the climate financing. And these are the simple scale-up flow for Odisha. That feedback loop, this is basically the field evidence which improve the models and indicators, and the decision of the policymakers, and which coordinately influence the better targeting and monitoring activity. So for the quick wins, the hotspot atlas, that should be the prerogatives, fire risk mapping, canopy condition monitoring, and the decision should be on the selection of the landscape. Landscape may be for the carbon financing, maybe which landscape will be eligible for grassland restoration, grassland management, maybe for RED intervention, maybe for ARR. Even the latest update of VERA, we can now even implement ANR, that is the assisted natural regeneration, and that can be linked with the carbon finance within the RFA, that is the recorded forest area. And the final step should be the co-develop and Odisha integrated climate forestry action and MRV plan with phased investment manner. So thank you. This is all from my end. Thank you.
Excuse me, I think we can.
Yes, yes.
Species vulnerability assessment or mapping for Assam, or if these attempts will be useful for Odisha to map the species vulnerability. With this
You are taking it species vulnerability, okay. So species distribution and the species diversification is one of the component of our biological richness indicator. Basically, our objective is to identify the grid level vulnerability for forest and ecosystem. That is our analysis majorly within the RFA areas, and to do that we have incorporated 42 parameters, out of which Shannon-Weiner index, ecosystem uniqueness, biodiversity value, porosity, fragmentation. These are the parameters we have incorporated. So what happened, if we look at the DST's framework for CVI, that is the climate vulnerability, we have just only mapped the hazard, sensitivity and adaptability. But here we have incorporated 42 bioclimatic parameters starting from the ecosystem uniqueness to the impact on the climate change.
Yes. I'm not sure you're able to give a satisfactory reply to the question raised.
So
maybe
just one line. Specifically, we have not identified the species rate. We have taken it in a broader respect. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a highly technical presentation. I'm sure the organizers are going to share these presentations to all the participants, and the contact numbers and email IDs of the speakers also, because we literally don't have time to allow questions and discussion right now. I would request co-chair Mr. Wakamachu EG, Senior Representative, JICA India, to offer his remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Suvarna. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll make my remarks very short. Thank you to everyone for making your presentation and preparing and making it short because of the time limit. It was very interesting. Professor Ravendranath, DGVM model, which is a forecast model, and identifying vulnerable areas. And also Terry's, Mr. Sayanta's model is also very, very interesting, because the geography of India is so wide that we need data to make, a precise intervention to make best useful of the resources. And I think it has a good relevance with the digital transformation that we're talking about. So thank you very much, and thank you, the Marubeni team, Mr. Seo and his colleague. And this is very interesting, what is happening. My takeaway is that the Meghalaya and Madhya Pradesh and Jharkhand are the first movers. So it will be very interesting to hear from them, what their experience will be with the Marubeni. And Marubeni, I think, also has experience working with in Japan with Japan local government. So that may be also interesting. And another takeaway is that Japan has a huge carbon market. So by selling the credit to Japan carbon market, the farmers can benefit as well as local government. So it'll be very interesting to understand more about how this mechanism works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. AG. Now, if any questions are there to Professor Ravindranath, anybody? Yes, please hand over the mic to them. I request any to be brief.
Dr. Ravindranath,
I request you to be brief.
Indian Institute of Science, this is just for a clarifications and my knowledge. So, this is a very nice theoretical possibility of using global dynamic vegetation modeling for mapping the climate change impact on the forestry sectors. But you know, I don't know whether if it is having a realistic value to make a decisions or developing strategy on the forestry sector. Because I already on your slide, you have already highlighted the limitations. You know, these theoretical possibilities, there are 3-4 models that you were showing, JP, VML, DVGM. I don't know, first you might answer or respond that which model Indian Institute of Science found to be best applicable in the Indian context, and whether there are very serious shortcomings on the database. We don't have a national forest inventory database. We do not have regional yield models. We do not have many yield models for non-commercial timber species. So this will be landscape level assessments, but developing strategy at the local, regional or the state level, unless these kind of models are available, it will not be possible to validate those landscape-based models, because that was the limitation for which the National Carbon Accounting Assessment for the Indian forestry sector has not been made possible, despite a large number of such carbon accounting toolbox in Australia, Europe, and USA that is being used. In India, it is so far it has not been used. Major shortcomings, I would say, in this the mapping of the full change in the life cycle of the forest, these models do not take number of parameters into account. So these shortcomings like the human factors or non-forestry timber species. And so many uncertainties into this model, uncertainty factors like disease outbreak or the fire. So how do you think that this will be applicable in the Indian context? In a brief, you may respond.
I won't be able to give a very detailed answer. Maybe I can discuss with the madam is saying there's a very limited time. These models have been validated. To be honest, if someone uses a model, we use a model, generate the current vegetation distribution in India. It matches 88 to 85%. That means the models are validated. Same with climate change model. They validate the climate projection models by validating the historical climate and see whether it's correct. Same with the DGVMs. They have been validated not only in India, in China, in Europe, everywhere. They are reasonably good enough to assess the impact of climate change. I agree, there will be some data limitation. Fortunately, for DGVM, you just need climate and soil data. We don't need any other data. The models are so good, they're haulage classification. These models give you almost 80 to 90% correct. Just give me these two data, I will tell you what forest type exists, in this part of the world. There are models, there are published papers, there are scientific protocols to validate that. So I agree, every model has a limitation, but modeling is the only option if you have to look at climate change. Climate change is happening, it's going to impact more severely in the coming years and decades. The only way we can understand it is through models. Otherwise, we simply will have to say, this. But models have been validated. To be honest, there are protocols, there are scientific procedures before you publish a paper. So there are models that are good enough to give you some idea which are the hotspots of climate change not at a global level, in tropics, temperate, boreal regions, where we need to, forests will undergo shifts. Definitely there's scientific evidence backed by modeling that the range of forest species declining is shrinking. The species cannot survive at all in many regions. So I think there is enough scientific basis to make some suggestions for long-term planning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. One more question there, please. Request you to be brief. in your question, please.
Good morning, sir. I'm Karthik, a conservator. I look after working plan and IT, sir. So recently we had a meeting regarding the afforestation programs of our state. So we are thinking to shift to the eco-restoration model, especially the afforestation activities that is happening inside the forest block. We want to do in an eco-restoration, and most of our afforestation programs are confined only to the one story. So we need to have a discussion in detail with you. If you have any such kind of models, eco-restoration model for Odisha, as we have 19 forest type, and we have this peninsular sal and moist deciduous sal forest. If you have any such kind of model, we would like to know, and we would like to have an engaging discussion with you for this, sir.
Yeah, a very good question, very practical question in the sense, honestly, there is very little research whether anywhere in the world, including Japan, on what kind of models would survive by 2050, 2070, 2100, US, Europe, everywhere. But we know definitely what works, what will not work. We are not done. If you have to do research in forestry, it takes decades. Unlike crops, you can do in 3 to 5 years, you can develop a new variety which is tolerant to temperature or flooding or heat stress. You can develop a crop variety, you can validate in potax. But if you take Western Ghats forest or Himalayan forest, you need decades of research. So that we have not done in India, not in Europe also. But we know exactly what will work. We don't have ready-made models which will survive, say, in the coastal Orissa or in the interior Orissa or in the Himalaya states or Western Ghats. We don't have ready-made models, but we can give you some indication of what kind of practice would facilitate building resilient to forests. That is available based on a lot of studies, but not any specific models are readily available because no one has done that research and it takes decades to do that research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one more question to Maruben, if anybody has question. Okay, I think we can have discussions over lunch. I would like to close by saying that climate adaptation, then climate mitigation. You have one question, sir, to Maruben? Mr. Singh. Yeah.
This is regarding the Red Plus. Okay, you have given a detail regarding the MRV. So here, just I would like to clarify that MRV, that is to be submitted as a country document, okay, exactly, by the ministry.
Exactly.
And it should be simple. It should be based on their capabilities. So it should be forest cover that we are working in the ministry. You have shown so many parameters. So that is of, at present, it is only of the academic interest.
Yes.
And so far, I think 2-3 countries across the globe, they have submitted that document.
Exactly.
So whatever you are doing, that may be very good for the academic point of view. Until unless India submits that document, it is of no use. So that's, I think.
Yes,
okay.
sir. Thank you, sir. Just one line. Actually, there are 4 deliverables and part of this Assam. One is the vulnerability assessment. Second one is the devising the mitigation strategy. Third one is establishing FREL and MRV. The fourth one is for the voluntary carbon market, identification of 2 landscape where we can implement the RED plus and ARR. We have identified the Kachar district and ARR.
Just listen.
Yes.
Just listen. This is the country document that will be submitted based on the assessment will come up. Otherwise, it remains an academic exercise.
Yes, I completely agree. I completely agree, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll close with further discussion on climate adaptation versus climate mitigation versus climate resilience. Subtle difference is there among these terms. But all the discussions would be leading to that. I sincerely thank the co-chair as well as the panel speakers for making the session and the audience also for making the session lively and meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I'll be requesting our chairperson, Dr. C. Suvarna, to kindly come towards the center of the stage. We would be first felicitating our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. N.H. Ravindranath, sir. Suvarna ma'am is requested to kindly come and join us at the center of the stage. Ma'am, please. There's a small token of appreciation, gesture of respect for the commendable contribution made by our esteemed speakers. I request Mr. Takeshi Seo to kindly come and receive the token of appreciation for your invaluable contribution. Mr. Shashank Sharma is requested to kindly come and receive the token of appreciation. And I would be requesting, thank you ma'am, thank you so much, thank you for the honor. I would be requesting Mr. Wakamatsu AG to kindly come to the center of the stage, and he would be felicitating our speaker, Mr. Sayanta Ghosh. Please put your hands together, everyone. Now I'd be requesting IFS, PCCF and HOF Odisha, Dr. K. Murugesan sir, to kindly come and join us on the dais. He would be felicitating our chairperson, Dr. C. Suvarna, IFS, PCCF and HOF, Telangana Forest Department. Followed by the felicitation of co-chairperson, Mr. Wakamatsu AG, Senior Representative, JICA, India. Sir. From the inaugural session, thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Can I request all of you to kindly come and join us for a group photograph along with PCCF, sir? First session, esteemed speaker, chairperson, co-chairperson, and PCCF, sir, to join us for a group photograph. We are indebted and enthralled with the presence of our ex-project directors. Time has arrived that we would be showing our respect and gratitude for that kind presence and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, I request PCCF HOF Orissa Murugesan sir to be there on the dais, and all our chairperson, co-chairperson and speakers to please take the seat back the dais, below the dais. We have invited some of the PDs, ex-PDs who would be coming to the dais, and we are indebted for your presence. Shri A.K. Bansal sir, ex-project director, Shri A.K. Bansal sir is kindly requested to come and join us on the dais. He would be receiving a token of appreciation. All the PDs are requested who are present, ex-PDs. Shri Rajiv Kumar, IFS retired. Shri Subhash Chandra Mishra, IFS retired. Dr. Sudarshan Panda, IFS retired. Dr. Mrs. Meeta Biswal, IFS retired. Kindly come and join us on the dais. I request our project director, Shri G. Rajesh, to come and join us. Shri Dr. Ajit Kumar Patnaik to kindly come and join us on the dais. Our project director, Shri G. Rajesh, is requested to come and join us on the dais. The powerful presence of all ex-PDs, a big round of applause from all of you is required. PCCF sir and our PD sir is requested to felicitate our wonderful powerhouse who are present on the dais. Dr. Vineet Sahai Sareen is requested to kindly come and join us on the dais. I request our senior representative from JICA India, Mr. Wakamatsu AG, to kindly come and join us on the dais to make this frame more powerful and international. A round of applause. And actually, Suvarna ma'am pointed the right thing that the discussion might got elongated, but yes, it was interesting. And the thoughtful presentation by the speakers made our audience really engaged and participative. Thank you for making it a two-way process. Post our ex-PD's felicitation, I would be requesting APCCF Projects and Project Director OFSDP, Sri G. Rajesh sir, to kindly felicitate none other than PCCF and HOF Odisha, Dr. K. Murugesan sir, with a token of appreciation in the form of memento. I request Rajesh sir to kindly felicitate Murugesan sir with a memento. So it's a token of love from our end. Kindly accept it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you for your patience and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, all esteemed invitees, distinguished speakers, delegates from eminent institutions, our valued guests from outside the state are cordially invited to proceed upstairs where lunch is now being served. All former project directors and retired senior officials, departmental representatives, senior officers, RCCFs are requested to kindly join the lunch upstairs. Remaining other valuable stakeholders are requested to kindly join the lunch being served in the downstairs hall. Respective escort officers are requested to do the needful. See you all. We can have a break of 30 minutes max, and we might be here by 3 o'clock. By 3:15, you all are requested to kindly come and join us inside so that we can kickstart the next technical session. Thank you. Esteemed invitees, distinguished speakers, delegates from eminent institutions, valued guests from outside the state, former project directors, retired senior officials, departmental representatives, senior officers, RCCFs are requested to join the lunch upstairs. Remaining other important stakeholders are requested to kindly join the lunch being served in the downstairs hall. Thank you. 3:15, we will start the next technical session. Thank you.